Alright. Good afternoon or good morning, everybody. Greetings, XF, Leon. Hey, Ryu. Soft Tofu, Avonis. Good morning and good evening, everybody. Hope you're all doing well. And hey, Ryu. Thank you very much for that subscription while, well, I was at HDQ. I really appreciate that. Also, if anyone does not know Ryu Quetzalcoatl, he is a Diablo 2 speedrunner. And let's put it this way, if you like a hype stream, well, you should watch him definitely. I can recommend it. He's a pretty awesome guy from what I know. It's too early to be conscious. Good morning, Boogaloo. Goof Troop Best Run at HDQ. Thank you. That was definitely carried by the commentary of Blackie and BB4K. So I was just playing. So I think I will get this run started so I actually get somewhere, since this is going to be taking a while. For reference, in this run I will just... This is not a serious category, I will just use this to lean back and relax for a while. So yeah. I will be running a Sprite only category, which means the aim is to keep the boy and the girl at the lowest possible level and do everything that is possible to do with the Sprite just alone. So, I need a clever name for the boy, since he's going to be dead for the most part, and the lady as well. If you have any suggestions, feel free to suggest that. Good afternoon, Balance Maker, and welcome. Starstruck? Oh dear. And thank you, Console Required. Good afternoon as well. Casper? I like that. Let's go with Casper. Casper the Friendly Ghost. Whoop. I just figured Casper is really fitting, so why not take it? Normally, by the way, in regular speedruns, you want to have as short character names as possible, since every time the character name is called, it costs you a few frames if you have more than one character. Corpse, we could do that for the lady, Lurs, and good afternoon to you. Good afternoon, KKP. That's a lot of people already in here. Thank you, Rai. Oh, and Mythical Snugglebuck. Thank you. And also good afternoon to you. So, for reference, I'm still kind of jet-lagged, so I'm not entirely sure whether I will be able to finish this run in the first place, since my sleep schedule is kind of wonky, and I'm basically awake since 4 AM. And this run is likely going to be taking more than 6 or 7 hours. So I'm not entirely sure I will be able to go all the way through with this today. But at the same time, I did not feel like doing anything particularly serious, so I'm just doing a, well, relaxed category that is not serious? I think I'm repeating myself here. Oh well. Spooky girl names. I like spooky actually. And good afternoon, Loki Reaper. That's nice to hear. Good afternoon, Quint, as well. You successfully herded the peasants to your channel. Thank you? Oh dear. Hey, Edge Crimson subscribed just for 3 months in a row. Thank you very much, Edge Crimson. I really appreciate that. Thank you. And good morning to you. Yeah, I think you told me. I believe it's technically 2 months, because this is just the 3rd month that starts now. But still, that's quite a while already, to say the least. Oh, don't kill that. Just out of habit I started killing the rabbits, but that's not a thing you should do when you want to keep the boy as low of a level as possible. Just to note, because I'm going to be defeating the Mantis and the Tropicalo, just with the boy only, he will be leveling up to level 2, which means that is the lowest level possible that I can keep it. I believe technically it's possible to keep the boy at level 1 by killing him off at the same time you kill off the boss, but I'm not entirely sure how that works with just 1 character. I know you can do this with multiple characters. I want to keep that one. By the way, those are the HDQ files. Let's save over it. But just for reference, that is the same card. Oh, sorry to hear that, Lewis, but there are always votes. And good morning, Mr. Stinger. Oh, and thank you very much for the support. Oh, that's really awesome. Thank you very much. And good morning, Pertan85. Do I know whether people speedrun Cycling Zetsu 3 as well? Yes. As a matter of fact, last August, I believe, we started running... Was it August? Either way, a bunch of people from the, let's say, general RPG speedrunning community banded together a little bit to learn Cycling Zetsu 3 and unveil the secrets of it. So by now we have a few people that run it, or, well, let's put it this way, know how to run the game. But I don't think anyone is currently actively running it. But the best runner you can find on Twitch is probably DMC Ether, who has the, let's say, Western best time. It's still nowhere close to the Japanese best times, but it is definitely a very strong time he has. And I believe the 2nd place is by now in Feral Pigment's stream to find. Let me just check real quick. You can find the times for Cycling Zetsu 3 on speedrun.com. Oh, that's not even complete, I just realized. Oh, thank you very much for the link, XF. How the melons taste? The melons tasted quite well, actually. I even thought about that. Thank you, Leon. Thank you, Shelny. I appreciate that. Yeah, Quint, I heard about that, so that's pretty awesome. And yeah, DMC Ether is probably the most likely person to find SD3 runs off. Once in a while I go back to running it myself, as in, I know how to run Cycling Zetsu 3, but I don't really aim to get the best times in. What I usually do when I run Cycling Zetsu 3 is just make a story run out of it. As in, I aim to just explain the story alongside the speedrun aspects of it. And for reference, the speedrun that we do currently is the standard Japanese RTA, which means we do not use basically the biggest glitch of the game in Cycling Zetsu 3, which is the Kevin form glitch, which essentially allows you to inflate the stats of Kevin, which is the Wolfman by the way, to ridiculous amounts. And that would essentially trivialize the rest of the game if you were to do that. But since the Japanese runners are the best ones at it currently, so we decided to just adapt their general rule set and not use that glitch either. So there's that. Thank you, Wine Pancakes. I appreciate that. And good morning, Tall Truck Guy and Matrick. How are you guys doing? Rum. Hey, good morning, Black Shadow. Or good afternoon, I guess. Magus raid. Oh wow, already? And... that's pretty awesome, actually. How am I, and did I come back nicely? Yes, actually the travel was no issue. So I stopped the time, as in I let the timer run, and it was just over 15 hours and 30 minutes from the hotel in Washington back to being in front of my PC. So overall there was no real problem in traveling at all. That's pretty awesome. As usual, it just takes quite a while. And I'm not terribly much of a fan of traveling, but overall it's pretty neat. If I only wear black clothes... I guess I mostly wear dark ones because I mostly have dark ones. I'm not entirely sure why that is, to be honest. I guess that just happens, generally speaking. Aww. That's the only available save file I have to save over. Sorry about that. Good night, though. But yeah, I guess most of my clothing is rather dark-ish. It's not entirely dark. Oh, Magus is now hosting you for 67 viewers. Wow, thank you, Mr. Magus. That's quite the welcome, to say the least. And good afternoon, everybody. So, if anyone does not know Elmagus currently is, I believe, routing and speedrunning Breath of Fire 2. There we go. That took me a while to find the name. And he's a really awesome guy who also runs a lot of other mostly Super Nintendo RPGs. I'm not entirely sure whether he also runs other stuff, but he also was one of the guys that learned Seiken Densetsu 3, so maybe he will be playing that one once in a while as well, again. So, I just hope those bats are not going to kill me with balloon. That would be really nice, since I only have essentially no HP, no armor, no equipment. I just need to run through. Uh-oh. Normally you don't want to wake up this guy if you can do that, but that's kind of a very finicky way to get past him. So you just kind of hope that the goblins in here are not going to be too much of an issue. Because they can't easily combo you to death if they happen to hit you. So. Alright. Did catch Goose Troop? Greetings, Light Blue Cloud. Nice to hear that. And thank you, Aventor. I appreciate that as well. So, here's one thing real quick to anyone who has not been in my stream before. Pretty often I need to pay a lot of attention to the game, and I'm terrible at multitasking, so I apologize if I miss something that you write in chat. Feel free to post it again in case it was a question. So. Okay. So, I will need a lot of money. That's pretty extreme, Taltruck guy. And thank you, Metachoke. I agree, this game is fantastic. Yes, if you would like to see some Breath of Fire 2, follow Elmagus. He's a really awesome guy and speedrunner as well. That's a lot of people, holy cow. Twitch.tv/Elmagus. Here, follow this guy, he's awesome. So I did not keep track on how many bloods I saw, but I believe it's 64,000? No, it's more than that. I need to have 0 bloods again at the end, there it was. Otherwise it corrupts my inventory, which would be kind of bad to say the least. And greetings Jingner TV and everyone else. So, buying this for the Sprite, this one for the Sprite as well, and this one for the Sprite as well. I will unequip everything on the boy once I'm done with the first boss. But before that, I will need to, well, beat the first boss in the first, well, technically a second boss in the first place. Yeah, I guess that happens like Blue Cloud. But the runs are now up on YouTube, so if you would like to watch them again, or catch up on those. So that's pretty awesome. That's on the Games Done Quick channel on YouTube. So crowded here today indeed. Kind of scary. Starting to develop murderous intention. Aww, that sounds less than ideal. Greetings, Mr. Magus, and thank you for the host. I really appreciate that. Good afternoon, Stalin Smash, and Happy Squid as well. Thank you. How are you guys doing? And yes, Blackie is ridiculously knowledgeable and passionate too about many games. It's really awesome. Plus, his voice and commentary is just top notch. TV4K, however, did also a really good job at it during GoofTube, I would like to say. So I don't want to let that out. And yes, the trip was actually quite decent. Generally speaking, I don't like traveling at all, but the trip itself was quite fine. Thank you, Happy. Let me check something real quick. Alright. So, since I don't have the level 1 sword, I can't use the usual strategy where the Tropicalis stays up twice per cycle. However, surprisingly, hitting him twice really quick like this is only slightly slower than using 2 charge attacks every cycle. Oops. Well, that happens once in a while if you hit him twice per cycle. He just dives down again and is completely invulnerable, as in, he does not have a hitbox when that happens. Wait for the pumpkin. Oh, he is already dead. Alright. So this was the last thing the boy needed to do. Now I get a Sprite, and he will be the one and only hero for the rest of the run. Greetings, Swinder, how are you doing? The title said Sprite only. Here's the Sprite. So yeah, basically, technically I could get the Sprite early by using the arbitrary script execution glitch, but if I were to use that arbitrary script execution glitch to get the Sprite early, I might as well use it for everything else as well, which would be kind of defeating the point. But I guess I did forget to put that in the title. Also, I forgot to ask, what name should I give the Sprite? He's going to be the only hero for this run, so if you have any suggestions, feel free to post them. Also, for reference, for people that may have joined recently, this is a challenge run. Not as much of a speed run, I just like to time it as well, because why not? And in this challenge run, I aim to do everything that is possible to do, just only with the Sprite. And only use the boy and the lady in the absolute necessary cases, like I need to revive them for cannon travels, or the lady needs to activate 2 orbs in order for me to progress, stuff like that. Romp. Sure, we can do that. Because one of the requirements is to not level the other characters, I just kill him off right here to avoid leveling him up in the first place. This thing has about 5 HP left, since it has 65, 3 times 20 is 60. Since 65 to max HP. Not quite enough. Come on, 1 HP. Oh well. So I need to level up the Sprite quite a bit right now. However, technically I would do this optimally just only in Eleni's Forest, since those bees, despite being relatively strong enemies, they only give 4 experience, which is very little. However, I would like to get level 2 before I enter the forest. Oh, that's a nice critical hit. And yes, Kaidos, that is what I do there. That is the way I can keep the boy and the Sprite at the lowest possible level. So I just go into that cutscene there. Yeah, thank you, Nansen. I appreciate that. Those guys have exactly 60 HP. Oh, come on. So 3 times 22 is plenty. Also, just for safety, I'm going to be saving here, since there are going to be a few enemies coming up, specifically the 2 wolves, that are quite dangerous, especially with only 1 character. And the character being low level doesn't exactly make it easier. Uh-oh, I might be dead here, because they can combo you and basically kill you instantly if you are not careful enough and get hit early. Alright, I should have them here, as long as I manage to hit them properly. 2 swords indeed. That's the easy version to do this fight. If you manage to push them down there, you are further to the left than you are to the top, so they will dash to the left first, and well, they got blocked by the bushes over there, so I can just easily kill them like this. Oh, usually anyways. If they decide to cast a spell, they can jump into a random direction, which sometimes might free them. And greetings, Mr. PewPie Pants, how are you doing? And yeah, it looks like that one. And that could be a cup of wishes, or a ninja suit. Either way, I don't need the chest at all, since money is not an issue in a category where glitches are allowed. Let me actually see. No. So there's a 50% chance that the sprite will do a stab instead of a swing. It alternates every other frame between does the sprite stab or does he swing. Oh, look how cute. What? So, fun fact, the boy actually gets revived here if he is dead but the sprite is alive. Because normally you're supposed to talk with the lady with just the boy, otherwise the sprite cannot initiate this cutscene. So, what did we name? Spooky, wasn't it? I think that was what we decided on. Who is that lady? I don't know, she's going to become grey real soon. So, kind of like the boy, I would like to... I'm actually going to equip... No, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to trash her armor, so she will take more damage. That's good. The most dangerous portion is when if I accidentally kill something with my other characters right there. Which is what I absolutely want to avoid, since I want to keep the other characters at the lowest possible level. So, with that made, I can progress on without too much of an issue. So ordinarily you try to level up a little bit while you defeat those archer guys. However, with the sprite it's kind of awkward to do so, I feel. So I'm going to not quite grind right here. However, I will want to grind before I reach the spiky tiger a little bit, just so I have a better chance of killing him without dying in the first place. Since the sprite is in physical damage output a lot weaker than the boy, and it's also not quite as easy to survive, since he has just straight up less HP. In fact, the sprite is male in the English version, female in the German version, and gender neutral in the Japanese one. And greetings, working player. Give me a second. Alright. Thank you very much, I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Rakastan. Good afternoon. Come on, lady. Ghosts have a bit of a weird following behavior, as in it differs from what they normally do. It's a lot simpler on how they behave, so it can be kind of tricky to navigate around them, or with them, I guess. Since they will always go to the closest position that you are in, instead of anything else, and they can only walk, they can never run. Oh, that's bad. Alright, I'm waiting here until that wears off. As I said, I will level up with the sprite here a little bit. I probably aim to get close to 100 HP, which should make it pretty safe to kill the spiky tiger. Since I cannot use the overcharge glitch while without a second character. There is a version to use the overcharge glitch with only one controller. However, I cannot do that with just one character active. That's kind of the definition of this challenge run here. You can only ever use the sprite, nothing else. Well, I kind of cheat a little bit here in a sense that projectile attacks from the enemies actually don't phase through ghosts, so I can completely avoid getting hit by arrows by just standing behind the ghosts. Oh shoot, that might kill me here. Okay, it didn't. Also, I completely forgot to do one thing. I actually did not buy barrels. I should have stopped at another Nico, which I kind of forgot. Oh well. And yes, the run from HDQ is now up on the YouTube channel. They updated it. So it should be easy to find. Alright, if they are that quick to run at me, it's kind of difficult to avoid getting hit. Alright, there we go. Once again, the wolves can easily combo me and just instantly kill me. But we survived that. Grinding every spell to 8.99. Nice. That's actually something I've never done. I've never reached maximum level or all the maximum spells or stuff like that. I'm just not the grinding type of guy, I guess. So, buying more supplies. Thank you, Richter Shade, and welcome. It's actually 8.99. So that is correct. And yes, per mana seed you gain, you can level up these spells one level higher. What was it like to speak with Blueglass at HDQ? I actually did not talk to him directly. This HDQ I probably want to save before I go. But last year he was a really cool guy. Nothing to complain about, let's put it that way. He's just a generally nice person. And yeah, with the Sprite's magic it's pretty easy to spam, that is true. So I think to level up the quickest I probably want to kill the chairs a bunch. They should be the easiest enemies to kill reasonably efficiently. Uh-oh. So those chairs are really easy to kill if you just stand on the left side of the, well, railings? The word escapes me what those things are called. Next to the staircase. How many followers did I get during HDQ? It was a lot, let's put it that way. I think a whole lot, to say the least. I'm not entirely sure how many, though. Yeah, the thing is about the bonus stream for HDQ is it's just not reasonable anymore to do those, to put it simple. As in, it's just not logistically feasible. Since the tech people would like to get some sleep once in a while, as in the main tech people, it is not too rare that you see them running around for about 20 hours a day. Then they go to sleep and 2 hours later they are at the tech station again. It's gotten better this year than compared to last year, however, it is still quite an issue and you definitely don't want to make them go any further than that. You need to keep in mind, that's all on volunteer basis, as in they don't earn anything for that. They just do that because they love helping out for the event. The rail? Yeah, blue glass is YSG, but just for reference for anyone who doesn't know, he actually does not like being called YSG, so you just preferably call him blue glass. That's a nice way to do that. Greetings, Kilroy. I'm not entirely sure Rock has done. Can you link me to that group? That sounds interesting in any case. As in, I'm generally a real fan of positive stuff, to say the least. So it does sound interesting. So one more level with the Sprite and then I think I will go on. UA is a hero? Yes. It's UA and Worm and who else? There are at least, I think, 5 tech people. Woolagin is in there as well, that are there basically more or less constantly. It's kind of crazy. Now here's the thing, I loved the bonus stream, how it was set up. It was more casual, more relaxed, and all that kind of stuff. But again, it's not really a matter of whether it was fun or not. It's more like it's just not reasonable to do logistically. I don't think anyone disagrees when we say it was awesome. At least to watch it anyways. And greetings, Wings, how are you doing? What kind of microphone am I using? That's a good question. I would need to look that up. I actually have no idea. So if you would like to have that question answered... Come on, where's that level? If you would like to have that question answered about the microphone, feel free to send me a PM about that, as I need to look it up which one it actually is, because it's not written on the thing in the first place, so I cannot just look over to it. Never played this game but play Sword of Mana. I see. Sword of Mana is actually a remake of the predecessor of this game here. Which, in my opinion, I really like Sword of Mana. It's a really awesome game. If you heard laughing, it was probably Blue Glass. Yeah, Blue Glass has a very, what's the word, distinct laugh. And in my opinion, it's pretty awesome. And quite a few people, to say the least, grew a liking of it as well. Okay, level 8. Should be able to clear this, no problem. Well, that's the idea anyways. Shitty. Oh, that's sorry to hear that, Wings. Blue Yeti is a decent microphone. I agree with that. Yes, if anyone would like to know how to use the glitches or the tricks and stuff that are most often used during speedruns, you can find, well, at least I hope you can find a link in the description below. I'm actually not entirely sure whether that link is still there, to be honest. It should be, I think. Oh, I messed up. What you want to do here is actually something a bit counterintuitive and get eaten by the spiky tiger, since that eating actually does not that eating does not ouch. Uh-oh. Alright, I managed to catch it. The eating is probably the weakest attack he can throw at you. So it's kind of nice if he does that once in a while. Also, if I'm unlucky, he can just stay up there for an extended period of time, and I cannot reasonably hit him. So, let's see. Oh, he didn't want to eat again. It's really unlucky. There is a 5-frame window where I can open up the menu and use an item just before the attack hits me. So I use that little window in order to shield myself from his attacks. And I just hope he doesn't stay up there for too long, otherwise I may have a problem. Alright. So I deliberately only charge up my attack and hope he hits me strong enough that the sprite actually crouches down to get a stand-up attack here, right there. So I need to heal real quick, otherwise I would be dead, obviously. Also, most of the time if you walk down right, while he is jumping and coming down back onto you, you can avoid getting hit just by doing that. I think I should survive that. Alright, he did not eat this time. If you switch weapon, you can then hold the B button in order to... I think I healed, just for safety. You can hold the B button in order to instantly charge up your weapon without having to attack once beforehand. Fire Breath again. The reason why it's important for me to avoid Fire Breath while using a barrel is because otherwise the sprite is engulfed in flames. And if I'm just unlucky, Engulfed in Flames is essentially a 10-ish second crowd control by the Spiky Tiger, and if I'm just unlucky, he can outright kill me during that period of time. So he should be dead soon. Hopefully. Okay. Thankfully he didn't use the fire again. There we go. It's actually kind of scary running out of barrels on this Spiky Tiger boss. Is this game very difficult casually? I would dare to say the Spiky Tiger here is probably the most difficult boss casually. After that it's pretty simple, I would say. As in, it's easily playable by most people. You just... If you don't manage to beat the boss or something like that, you just grind out a little and there you go. It's pretty simple. Dwarfism is the politically correct address, by the way. I think in this case it's a... Oh yeah, lucky. There we go. Sorry, I was thinking of something else. That sounds about right. Open the 50 gold chest in order to get teleported outside here. Thank you very much. So here is one thing that I did wrong at some point. I accidentally... One a bit closer, please. I accidentally killed this guy while the other two characters were still alive, which meant that they leveled up and I had to reset back to the save. That was less than ideal. Might be kind of bad. Alright. That can be kind of scary. Also, what I've learned last time is the upcoming boss is pretty easy to beat. However, if I get caught by the fish that are around the boss or just before the boss, it can be really difficult to handle. So I will just basically run past them, even though they are the best experience I could get currently. Hit this guy in front of me and just walk past, no problem. An action RPG casually, Secret of Mana. Yeah, I think that sounds about right. The interesting thing to me about Secret of Mana is, to be honest, I think the best portion about Secret of Mana is the multiplayer aspect, that you can play it with up to 3 players at the same time. Although, that was just a really big thing back in, well, when the Super Nintendo was the current console, to say the least, since it was really rare that you would be able to play good multiplayer games, and let alone multiplayer games which allow you to have 3 players at the same time. So that was really amazing to play, just based on that. Nowadays I think the options are a bit wider. But overall it's still a really solid game if you would like to play this again if you have not played it. Or if you have not played it. Is this run like the one at HDQ? No. This run here is a challenge run. It's not as much of a speed run as it is a challenge to complete the game only ever using the Sprite. There is a pastebin link in the title if you would like to know more about this type of challenge run. Also, this guy is really easy to beat. You just stay diagonally to him and he will never attack you. He is too close for him to move anywhere, but because you're not standing in a cardinal direction away from him, he will actually not be able to use his ranged attack, so he just stands there, I guess. Did I miss something? And yes, there are some round killers in this game. Essentially, let's put it this way. Every boss has the potential to kill your run. Or well, let's say most bosses have the potential to kill your run if they just decide to avoid your attacks to the point where they can actually become dangerous. Or, well, at least waste a lot of time. But that's especially true for bosses like Vampire or Buffy, or even the Dark Lich, which can become invulnerable, as in completely invulnerable to your physical attacks, and you just need to hope that they jump around again so you can actually hit them. So based on time, that is a run killer, but it's not terribly dangerous in terms of whether they can actually straight up kill you. For the Sprite only run, the main difficulty is actually the mana beast at the very end. It is kind of difficult to gather enough levels and equipment within a reasonable time frame for the characters to, well, get through. Greetings, Ironic, and thank you. Welcome as well. And also welcome to everyone else that may have joined recently. Complaining about new words is what most What all people do. I think that sounds about right. But at the same time, it is nice if you can use the correct words at the correct times, just based on being able to... Whoop. The boy actually survived. Impossible. It's really nice to be able to use the correct words at the correct time, just based on... I need to kill off the boy before I go on. Alright, there we go. Let me try that again. It's really nice to be able to use the correct words at the correct time, just based on being able to express what you mean in a more precise way. That is kind of what I think about that kind of stuff. It's not necessarily that it's just the, let's say, politically correct way to address something, but also to just being able to say what you mean more precisely, so someone who does not necessarily know what you're talking about can instantly know, well, what you're talking about after you mention it. So I'm using the spell here to kill some enemies along the way, on one hand to gain a little bit more experience, and on the other hand to also level up the spell, so I will be able to kill the fire kickers later way easier. It's not technically necessary, but it makes it a lot simpler. Oops, I did not mean to energy absorb. What? I'm not sure what I should say about that one. I'm sorry, I guess? Oh yeah, for people unaware, Pogapuschel is the German word for rabbit. I'm sorry. They are just sacrifices for the greater good, right? I think that's how it works. So by the way, it is a lot faster to use the cannon travel to get over here, however, because that would require me to revive the boy and the girl, I just avoid doing this because it's not required to do so. I can just walk as well. And I kind of hope the Nico is still here. Nope, he's not. Too bad. Using words is a slippery slope indeed. So yeah, in a sense, what my general approach to, let's say, using words or language is just always assume the best, as in, if something sounds, let's say, offensive to you or whatever, just assume the other person didn't know how to express it better, and inform him or her how to do that properly. Overall, I would like to say that try to be understanding / accepting is probably the way to go, at least in my opinion. don't really have much to add to that. So, the lady almost survived that. That was kind of impressive. So, by the way, I went to sleep there for both saving and also regaining my MP, since after boss fights you get healed HP wise, but you don't actually regain the MP on the sprite. So that's why I regained the MP. Also, you see me walking down right to this button here. That was to despawn certain enemies along the way. There are a lot of spawns and despawns that I could not actually address during HDQ. For example, if I go down left here, past this goblin, the goblin down here, that normally stands right here, does not spawn. But instead, there's a 100% chance that the goblin and slime on the left side here will spawn, the goblin will split in two, and then I can run past them. Depending on which category you run or which character you have, it's easier to spawn one or the other. Boys, yes. Overall, I really appreciate the German translation for this game, to be completely frank. I think this should still hit. Yes, it did. Okay. That was 400 damage so far. I think he has something like 850 HP. So 3 more waves, freezing waves, should do the trick. The sprite is immune to this spell. Oh, never mind. I guess the fireballs are an exception to the rule. That's also why I saved, by the way. The boy is level 3 because Tropicana gets 50 experience. Nothing I can do about that. That's why you save. Hello Leela, how are you doing? Good afternoon. Yes, exactly. So let's put it this way. If the Fire Gigas casted any other spell, the sprite would have been hit earlier, and during that time he would have still had invulnerability because he is casting a spell. And while casting a spell, you cannot be damaged. That counts for both you and enemy type characters. But because he casted the Fireball spell, that hit a little bit delayed. So the invulnerability already wore off right there. That's actually... Okay, the sprite did not get hit. That could have been really bad right there. Pretty sure if the sprite got hit there, he would have been destroyed, to say the least. So, round 2, fight. Is girl only the hardest? No, actually, the girl only is probably the easiest one to do. Sprite only... Here's the thing. I have not actually successfully completed a sprite only run. I have completed a boy only run. And a girl only run, as in I actually completed something like 5 girl only runs and 1 boy only run, but I have tried and failed a sprite only run before. Oh, deja vu. Yep, we've seen that one before. So next time I'm going to delay the attack of the sprite. kill the fire guess. I'm sorry. I did that backwards. Wait, the boy actually survived the attack. Wow. Yeah, I guess for the fire because it's kind of unfair that I can just retry infinitely until I beat him. So, to change up things a little, I'm going to hit the fire gigas before I attack with spells. That should proc him to cast a spell himself, which I should survive by casting a spell myself. And greetings, Mongo Man, thank you very much. Have I ever gotten into Secret of Evermore speedruns? No, actually not. Secret of Evermore is a completely different beast. I'm actually going to wait here in case he casts Fireball again. Oh, I completely forgot about that. Alright, 2. I think he always casts Exploder because I'm so close to him. So I have no magic left anymore. Just use that one. One more spell should do the trick. The thing about Secret of Evermore is it's a completely different type of speedrun, I think. It is a lot more precise in what you need to do for execution. And a lot more well-defined on how the tricks work, I guess. Plus, it's a lot more happy to crash and stuff like that. Secret of Mana is extremely lenient in terms of what you're allowed to do and how much freedom in your approach you can take. As in Secret of Mana you have, let's put it this way, a lot of leeway on how you can approach each individual situation, and based on what happens you can have a few micro decision makings, but from what I know about Secret of Evermore, it is very strict in how it works out, and thus a lot more luck dependent that it actually works out the way you hope it does. And yes, Meta Sigma runs Secret of Evermore. If you'd like to see some Secret of Evermore runs, he is a pretty awesome guy. I can recommend him. Oh, that was actually really stupid on my end. I completely forgot this is a Sprite only run, and I probably want a mana seed. So for reference, I don't actually have to seal the mana seed at all, as in, it's not necessary. You can just progress without it. However, basically you want to do that anyways with the Sprite, since it allows me to level up the Sprite's magic to level 2 instead of just to level 1. So just out of habit, I used the magic rope to get out before I activated the mana seed, so that was kind of silly. Terranigma run at HDQ, SGDQ. I would love to run Terranigma, as in, I speedrun Terranigma, but it's a pretty lengthy run, and considering that it was never released over in the US, there is a much, let's say, smaller audience for it overall that might actually know the game, and since it is kind of an old-ish game, you usually aim to, well, for people to watch the runs that actually know the games, especially if it's on something like the Super Nintendo. By the way, activating a mana seed also removes all the enemies from the dungeon, just in case you are curious about that. Oh, I forgot to split. Whoops. Illusion of Gaia at the SGDQ or HDQ. I believe it has been in there at least once. Illusion of Gaia at this. Actually, I think it was twice in there. Once the 100% run and once the any percent run. I'm not entirely sure that's how it was through Arukarb, as in... Basically, Secret of Evermore was based on how Secret of Mana worked, but they actually did not get the engine, so they developed their own engine in order to get the game going, so to speak. I'm not sure how to express that properly. So I need to level up Gnome. So I'm going to cast a speed down quite a bit here. Speed down does not do anything really to the enemies, however, it only costs 1 MP, and I need to cast, I think, a total of 12 times in order to level up the spell. Greetings, Panda, how are you doing? Indeed, it's pretty awesome. Come on, lady, stop getting stuck on the stairs, please. Ghosts are really awkward to move around through the areas. Seiken Densetsu 3 is an amazing game, concept-wise, as in, I love the story, the setting, the options you have, the freedom in building your characters. Overall, it is really, really, really good. The two issues I have with Seiken Densetsu 3 are, for one, it's not built for the Super Nintendo, as in, the Super Nintendo is just straight up too weak for it to work properly. That is the one issue, and the other one, as in the first issue, is because that causes a lot of lag. The other issue really is that the battle system is just strictly inferior, in my opinion, compared to Secret of Mana. It is still alright, as in not terrible, but Secret of Mana, in my opinion, is just better. Consider getting into Mario Maker. I like that. It's pretty neat. And good afternoon, Naxandria, and good afternoon, Nuera, and everyone else that I may have missed. The SNES was too weak for Secret of Mana 2. I dare to say it was mostly alright. There are only very few places where you actually notice that the Super Nintendo might be a bit weak for this game. And overall, it's not too bad. But there's a very easy place to kill off my allied characters. Right here. So fun fact, the Sprite just got the defense buff from the Tomato Man. I'm not entirely sure why the Tomato Man casts Defender on your characters, but I believe the reason as to why he does that is he usually aims on, well, an allied enemy, to say the least, but because of how the spawns and despawns work, that allied enemy sometimes just despawns and another enemy takes his place, so the ID defaults to one of your characters, or probably the closest character to the enemy, being targeted. Thus, the sprite got a buff for Defender, which is kind of neat, I guess, but it's not terribly useful. Thank you, the Never Nerd. Oh, and Raya Quetzalcoatl is now hosting for 102 viewers. That is really scary. And thank you very much, Raya. I really appreciate that. I assume the other person you were hosting before stopped streaming in that case. So yeah, thank you very much, and good evening, or good afternoon, or good morning, everyone. This is Secret of Mana, and I'm currently doing a challenge run, where I will be only ever using the sprite and keeping both the lady and the boy at the lowest possible level. So I'm not entirely sure this run is going to be finishing today, since I'm running on, let's say, relatively little sleep compared to what I usually have. And this run is going to be taking quite a while to finish. So let's see, 2 gem missiles should do the trick. Gem missile because it only costs... alright, one was enough. Gem missile because it only costs 2 MP instead of 3, so I could cast 2 gem missiles or 1 Earthlight, and 2 gem missiles would deal more damage total. Welcome back, Leela. And greetings, Thorgrim. So one fun fact that you may or may not know about Secret of Mana, originally it was planned to be released on the Super Nintendo CD system, so there would have been a lot more space for pretty much everything, more assets, more story, more everything for the game. However, because the Super Nintendo CD project got cancelled and essentially thrown out the window, the team from Squaresoft had to reorganize in the middle of development to adjust to the cartridge size and the, well, relatively low power of the system itself without any upgrades, and just only play on, well, the minimum possible, to say the least. I also forgot to split again. So overall they had to cut out a lot of content, and you can clearly see that there is a ton of stuff cut out of the game, since the story is very much straightforward and not too terribly fleshed out. But there are many hints and little things that you can see that kind of hint at the game potentially being a lot larger than what it looks like right now. Also, I will want to cast a lot of spells against the upcoming boss, the Kilroy. For that I will need to restock on the Fairy Walnuts and... So, the question is whether I kill off my allies right now or I don't do that. Since potentially if the boy or the lady get knocked down, they could accidentally attack the enemies, which might grant them another level. And that would essentially mean I need to reset, because that would cancel the requirement of keeping them at the lowest possible level. Oh wow, Opus is now subscribed for 3 months in a row. Thank you very much, Opus. I really appreciate that. And good afternoon. I hope you're doing well. I should save before I go on right here, since it's really easy to die if I just make a little mistake in the upcoming area. And good afternoon, Rayliok. Theronica was also after Chrono Trigger and a better game. I dare to say you cannot just... it's in your opinion a better game, I agree with that. But it's kind of difficult to say it's a better game straight up, because they have way different qualities. Personally, I prefer Terranigma by a landslide over pretty much every other game, really, overall. But Chrono Trigger is fantastic as well. I actually couldn't tell you which one I would like more if it wasn't that Chrono Trigger was never released in Europe, but Terranigma actually was, and I played it as a kid. Kind of interesting to think about. Absolutely without question, Wings. Oh dear. So the Queen of England knights people, as in she makes them into knights, and Ryu makes people into legends. That's kind of impressive. Oh yeah. Come on, lady. You actually got to play both as a kid. Alright. So here's the thing. I think as a kid you would appreciate Chrono Trigger more, because there's, I dare to say, a lot more variety overall. But at the same time, the more I learn about Terranigma, and the more I kind of piece together my own version of the story, let's put it that way, the more and more I start appreciating that game. It's pretty impressive. Alright, fair enough, Ryu. Thank you. Not editor for Terranigma. That sounds pretty impressive. So, for reference, the Kilroy here takes the same amount of damage from both water and earth spells, as in the freeze spell here and the earth slide spell have the same power. So it will deal the same amount of damage in the end. And the spell animation, as in how long it takes, it absolutely does not matter, so it technically only matters how much the spells cost. And since I have currently 11 MP, I can cast 1 Earth Slide and 5 Freeze attacks. The reason why I spread it like this is because I want to level up Earth Slide as well, as a Gnome, in order to have stronger spells for Gnome. So I just use that little bit of spell power with Gnome that I would otherwise not use, since I needed to refill the MP beforehand. At 50% HP, the Kilroy goes into this kind of stage where he runs around, or well, drives around on a unicycle. It's kind of weird. But that's kind of the tell that you have him at 50% HP or less. Oh, there it is, down. Alright. So, from what I know, that a lot of games were not released in Europe, and that was not necessarily Nintendo's decision, that was also the company or the publisher. Just because it was actually really expensive to translate the games in so many different languages. And just for, let's say, a relatively small country in comparison that was unable to communicate or read in English, let's say, just say the general population, that would be a really, really good game with very little translation cost or localization cost in order for it to be useful, to say the least. I mean, they would still probably earn money, but only if it was a really good game that actually sells really well in the end. So from what I know, that is a big reason as to why many games just straight up did not get translated. Another good one that was JP on is Bahamut Lagoon. That is actually one of the games that I would like to play through once in a while. I actually don't know much about it, outside of I looked into it at some point, but since I don't know any Japanese, that didn't help me. Come on. It's actually really difficult to kill off my allies here at this low level. Well, on these low level enemies. Yeah, that was actually kind of a mystery to me as well, Panmil. Oh, I can't use the cannon because I have ghosts with me. That was a mystery as well to me, Pamela. I played Zelda 2 as a kid, and since it was in English, neither my parents nor me had any clue on what the hell was going on, so it was a huge trial and error effort, which, honestly, back then was quite alright, since you didn't really have anything better to do outside of just trying stuff. And that was actually kind of part of the game as well, just let's see what happens if I talk to this guy. But at the same time, it also made stuff a lot more difficult. On the other hand, a translation for a game like, let's say, Simon's Quest, as in Castlevania 2, would not exactly help. So there's that. The PAL system sucks anyways, I disagree. It's pretty awesome. The thing is, if you use the PAL system, as in it's not useful for speedrunning because it's just strictly slower for most games. If you use the PAL system and you don't know anything else, it is completely fine. There's no issue with that. Nice thread. Every game? Yes, please. So, by the way, with the girl only or the boy only approach, the next boss, the Jabberwocky, is probably one of the more difficult bosses to handle, since he can use a spell called Acid Rain, which will essentially one-shot your character if it hits. Which is a huge issue for those characters, since they cannot just lock down the Jabberwocky with spells, like the Sprite can. So for the Sprite, for the most part, it's not much of an issue as long as he doesn't cast a spell at the exact wrong time and hits the Sprite. And since the boy and the lady take a lot longer to defeat the Jabberwocky, well, the Jabberwocky has a lot more time to cast his spells. Welcome back, XF. So, the thing is, the Jabberwocky is actually water element, so he would take half damage from using the freeze spell. So that's why I use Earth Magic here, since that is essentially the neutral element towards it. And that's also kind of why I leveled up Earth element before this. One, two. With a bit of luck, as in terms of magic damage rolls, I will be able to defeat the Jabberwocky right here. But it's by no means guaranteed, so I'm just going to queue up the Fairy Walnut to restore MP. Alright, that was good enough. I did not actually get my MP back because it got cancelled by the boss dying, so I will need to restore MP anyways. Your brother learned English because of Harden's Moon. Nice. I mean, games are a really big motivation to learn, well, at least the English language, or a different language for that matter. That's pretty awesome when that works out. To answer that question, Red, why have I started calling the girl the lady? I'm actually not entirely sure why I do that, to be completely frank. Actually, I think the reason as to why I do this is mostly because of how to pronounce the word. As in, it is actually kind of troubling to me to pronounce the word girl because of the R and L in succession in the word. So saying lady is a lot easier to me. I think that's at least a big reason. And people should still know who I'm talking about, at least hopefully. Don't actually kill her, I still need her alive for the cannon shovel. Thank you very much. Hey Sheba, how are you doing? What is my PB on the game? It depends on which category you're referring to. For the one player 2 controller category, my personal best is 1 hour 49 minutes. For the Sprite only category, I have not managed to complete the full run of the Sprite only yet. I've done a girl only run in something like 8 hours and a boy only run in something like 9 hours, but that's about it. Oh, sorry to hear that. So, by the way, if you talk with Watts right here, he will disappear from the underground. I actually tried to... Oh right, Nico is here. I was looking for Nico, but he is right here. Mom, thank you very much. Oh, the boy is not dead. That would have been bad if I killed that thing right there. I believe 3 freeze waves should be enough on level 1, but only 2 on level 2. Also, you don't want to multicast on those enemies, since the damage you would deal with multicasting is significantly lowered, because all the enemies also have more defense together. It's a bit tricky to explain in words. It's not difficult to understand once you get it. This should kill him. Alright. You might have broken your arm lifting weights. Oh. That doesn't sound too good. I hope you're seeing a doctor for that. So for every other character I actually keep the power wrist because that gives me +5 strength. However, for the Sprite, I'm just straight up using the item that gives me more defense, since it really doesn't matter how much power the Sprite has for the most part anyways. Save, please. Yes. And one thing I forgot to do is actually get the Midge Mallet, which would be a really useful item for the upcoming section. Greetings, Elverhate, and thank you. How did I get all the money? I used a glitch that allowed me to access... Oh. Inverted controls. I used a glitch that allowed me to access empty inventory slots, which means... Yeah, the inverted controls are awkward because they also work in the menu. Whatever. I got hit by acid rain, but I didn't want to take the damage. Let me try that again. I used a glitch which allowed me to access empty item slots, and by selling a, let's say, non-existent item... Oh, no ghosts allowed. I can actually sell, well, that non-item, so to speak, for about 30,000 gold. So that is a lot of money you can gain very easily just through that glitch. As in, that's not an in-game thing, that is not intended, but for this round category I just have access to all the glitches except for arbitrary script execution and can only use the characters specific or limited stuff. Oh, don't kill it, don't kill it, don't kill it, don't kill it, don't kill it. These only give 4 experience, so it's possible that the lady and the boy would not level up from it. But I'd rather not kill anything. I don't sound like I'm from Switzerland, I sound like from Scandinavia. That is actually what a lot of people say. Surprisingly. But yeah, I'm from Switzerland. Purely Swiss. There's actually nothing else in me to be... At least not from my knowledge. Let's put it that way. Oh, and I will actually not kill off my allies right here. But I also aim to not do that. Don't kill them. So the reason why I got the Midge Mallet is, well, for 2 reasons. For one, this allows this Sprite to be able to cast a lot quicker if he is turned into a miniature person. Since his spell animation is a lot quicker, I can access the menu earlier again and cast a spell earlier as well, just even without having to select a different character. So that saves quite a bit of time, as in at least 1 or 2 seconds every single spell cast. I don't eat Swiss rolls every day. In fact, I didn't even know they were called Swiss rolls until you told me, Shiva. Don't kill it. Rabbits only give 1 experience, but I don't want to have any experience on the other characters. What languages can I speak? Well, Swiss German and German, it's technically a different language. I learned French in school, but you can imagine how well I can still talk French if I never use it and I'm not terribly interested in it. So there's that. I'm not French. No. Oh, Really Punch has subscribed for 3 months in a row. Thank you very much, Really. I really appreciate that support. Oh, little fun fact, by the way. For people that may or may not know. This is the version that you first land in the screen. This used to be the version of this winter screen where the Muggles were running around. However, they are no longer running around here since they are now in the Muggle village. As in, that's why they are not here. However, there are also no enemies in here since this is a non-combat area. So it's kind of strange that you can get into that version of the field again after the fact. So, whoa. Don't hit them. Oh. Alright, there we go. Screen flicks out slightly. So yeah, either way, thank you very much for the support, Krill. And good afternoon, Dien Anime. Hope you're doing well. But the thing is, I actually don't really know much French at all. Oops, I forgot to apply the Mitch Mallet. I should have done that before entering here. Because this allows me to essentially kill the Spring Beak extremely quickly, without any interruption. I believe this should not quite kill him, he has something like 200 HP left. Never mind, it actually killed him. Sweet Sitich. Yep. Not quite Shiva. Yeah, Ryu's the hype guy. In a sense, I'm kind of a little bit the opposite. Most of the time I just prefer the more relaxed and laid-back stream atmosphere. But that's just me. Ryu is the perfect guy if you're looking for some hype and it's good gameplay in Diablo 2. By the way, Ryu, I have one question. Whenever I watch you, I think you are running something like hardcore characters in Diablo 2. Is that just what you preferred on running? Or is that because those categories are the craziest you can imagine and they're just kind of, I don't know, adrenaline inducing or something like that? Save your game, yes please. By the way, you can actually seal the mana seed from behind here. Normally what you do as a casual player, you walk up the stairs and then you go over there to seal it. However, you can just do this. You face up away from the seed, as in just up, and then you press B and you can seal it from behind here as well. Since the game expects you to be within a certain range facing up when trying to seal the seed. And that just kind of fulfills that requirement. Nice, Krilla. You're definitely soon going to get my time, to say the least, in that case. That's really awesome. Just purely out of habit, I was trying to kill off the sprite instead of the lady. Oops. That's fine, Ryu. Thank you for the explanation. I see. So that's actually quite interesting in that... uh-oh. In that case. Because that's surprisingly similar. The thing is, for me personally, I really like speedruns, but for me speedruns are for the most part just a type of challenge run. And I really like challenge runs for games that I play, because that allows me to get creative on the approach and try to figure out how to optimize it. Nice, that's really interesting. And it's basically just the easiest way to define a challenge, just say speedrun. That is a very well clearly defined challenge, and you can almost apply this to almost any game you play. That's really neat. Okay. Oh, I'm lacking actually one chocolate if I'm not mistaken. And I don't have any candy anymore. Good evening, Wish. How are you doing? With the Enbu pike. Nice, really. That's really awesome. I actually really like the Enbu pike route by Weasel. It's probably the route that I'm going to be running as well. There are a lot of people that like doing Ironman runs with a nickname Barbarian. With a Barbarian sounds really crazy to me. I have no idea how that even works. But yeah, challenges are really fun to me. That's kind of like what I like doing. Just happens that most of the time the challenges come in the form of speedruns. So I will want to level up. Does it even matter? Yeah, it matters a little. I'm going to level up Sylph, at least to level 1 for the Sprite. That way I will be able to reasonably quickly defeat the upcoming boss. I was just about to ask as to why that frog enemy ran away from me. But then I remembered silence actually inverts the controls, and that for the enemy means they are running away from me instead of towards me. Oops. Okay, that leveled up. That should be plenty. Bam, thank you very much, Mr. Crab. Ooh, that's less than ideal though. I did not equip the new equipment, that's... I should probably do that. Not that one. Greetings, Mageling, and thank you. Oh dear. Let's see. Fishes Fritz fished. Frische Fische, Frische Fische fished, Fishes Fritz. I have not said that in such a long time. I completely screwed that up. Oop. By the way, I did not miss the direction in the previous room. I deliberately ran away in a bit of a different order in order to avoid getting silenced in the previous room. Whoop. So, same thing here. I avoided getting silenced by the owl by basically spawning him off screen and then running into his range after the fact. So, this is kind of scary here. Because if the Viper decides to... get close to me, he might actually instantly kill me, since whenever you are pigmate, you have much reduced defense. By the way, he has, I think, 1260 HP, if I'm not mistaken. So that was... alright. Gem missile, I should survive. Alright. Because pygmy status does not affect magic defense, so that's good. Got a sword orb. Greetings to Ali Amolar, and thank you. Come on. That sounds really weird, working player. I have no idea how to pronounce that for Dutch. Oh, take care, Shiva. Rest well. And good afternoon, the city. Thank you very much. I don't think that's how it works, Wings. At least I don't think that's how it works. I mean, from what I know, the pronunciation is a lot more towards English leaning. But then again, I don't actually have heard enough spoken Dutch to really know that. Alright. Should I go to the ice country first? I actually do, yes. Yes, this allows me to get Salamander early. Normally in a speedrun you go to... I forgot to split this guy. You go to the desert first, but getting Salamander early should be beneficial with the Sprite. Good afternoon, Dustry. Well, this is my first stream after HDQ, so I don't think you have been missing anything. And welcome. So, more equipment for the Sprite. Actually completely forgot about that. I did not need to bind the fairy walnuts earlier, since I buy stuff right here. But I feel like I still want to save just before I enter the ice country, since this is probably one of the most dangerous countries to traverse outside of the very beginning, because the wolves have such a ridiculous attack range and attack speed. Thank you. Oh, come on, lady. You want to get hit by that as well. Alright, let's go. So the next boss upcoming is the Boreal Face. The thing about Boreal Face is actually he is not vulnerable at all to spells, generally speaking. Also, I get a Spear Orb here. This is the second Spear Orb I actually get. I only need one. That allows me to upgrade the spear into the Sprite's Spear, which has the special property of making enemies... well, you can balloon them if you do that. Uh-oh. There we go. So yeah, whenever you hit an enemy, you have a high chance of ballooning enemies outright if you get the spear. So that's really handy to run through areas with just one character. So the enemy's down there. I should have used Mitch Mallet before, but whatever. So the Boreal Face is not as susceptible to any magic, as in he is not weak to anything. So I'm just going to use freeze repeatedly in order to take care of him. Technically he is actually tree or wood element, whatever you want to call that. And he has a lot of magic defense. So that makes it kind of difficult to deal a lot of damage to him with magic, but it's still faster than trying to defeat him with physical attacks with the Sprite. So I healed myself there because the vine is actually going to be able to hit the Sprite, because the Sprite currently has essentially no real defense because he's pigment. Further, soon I should level up this right there. Freeze to level 3, and now actually will deal a good portion more damage, since a lot more damage will get through the high magic difference of the Boreal Face right there. Okay. That is actually still rather far off from killing him. Oh, no, no, no. Oh dear. That was really close. If the vine got me earlier, that would have been my doom. That is the last wave of spells I can cast on the Boreal Face here. After that I will have to use physical attacks, which might take a while. Yep, alright, I have to use physical attacks now. That's actually less than ideal since I didn't even upgrade the weapon, as I kind of assumed it would be enough to kill him off. Oh. I'm also going to equip the power wrist here, since that gives me more attack power with physical attacks. Kind of hit that guy. So standing here allows me to avoid the pumpkin bomb, so I don't have to move at all. Depending on how or where he spawns, I can just stand next to the trees that avoids the pumpkin bombs, since it essentially lands on top of high ground when it tries to hit me and explodes on top of me. So I'm technically out of reach for the pumpkin bombs when I stand next to trees. Good afternoon, the last year. And welcome. Oh, I forgot to... Oh, right. I'll split on Minoros again, since the splits are currently in the wrong order. Oops. Too many. How long does it take to kill the mana beast with the sprite only? I actually have no idea, since last time I did a sprite only run, that's where I failed, as in I did not manage to defeat the mana beast. This time I will need to be a lot more well prepared when getting in there. But it's going to take quite a while, to say the least. Oops, I actually meant to open it. Whoopsie. That's what happens when you mash stuff while holding the D-pad. Pumpkin bomb. So additional levels of Undine increase the defense drop of Acid Rain. It increases the duration ever hate, but I actually don't know whether it increases the... amount of defense it reduces. I don't know that one. Have I ever played Mystic Quest? Yes, I've played through it when I first discovered emulators as a kid. That's one of the first games I ever played on that. So there's that. So I'm actually going to use a chocolate here instead of a candy, even though candy would be enough to heal up. However, I can replenish chocolate on this nickel right here, whereas I cannot replenish the candy over here. I think the best thing about Mystic Quest is probably the music. I really like the music in that game for the most part. What does Sprite only mean? Essentially it means you only ever use the boy or the lady when it's absolutely necessary, like you revive them for canon travels, and sometimes the girl needs to cast some spells onto... Oh, I forgot to use them. Sometimes the girl needs to cast a spell onto orbs in order to unlock some passages, but outside of that I'm only ever using the sprite. That's the goal anyways. 3... Actually I expected that to kill it. It's alright. It actually doesn't matter also whether the spell deals damage or not, it only matters that I cast a spell in order for it to level up. I want to have level 1 Salamando, then I go to replenish my MP and Fairy Walnuts. That should be sufficient for the next boss, since the next boss has very low magic defense. Okay, I'm in range for him. The next boss has very low magic defense, but a fair bit of HP. But just leveling up magic should be good enough. I'm actually going to use the rest of the magic here. No real reason not to. What platform is better for speedruns, console or emulator? Let's put it this way, if the emulator emulates the games correctly, it doesn't really matter. There's nothing better one or the other. For the most part, emulator is just a lot more convenient to run the games on. But on the other hand, in many cases there is very little difference, at least for Super Nintendo or Nintendo games. Personally, I prefer to run games on console, it just kind of feels better, but logically I cannot actually come up with a good reason as to why you should absolutely run a game on console over emulator. It's just personal preference to me, honestly. As in, I'm currently playing on console if you are interested in that. I really like the music here. Oops. Meant to save before I actually head out. Oh, one thing, in Seeker of Mana specifically actually, there is an objective reason as to why you want to run on emulator instead of console. If you run one player 2 controller, there is currently no emulator that efficiently supports using the multi-tap the way we do it on the Super Nintendo, in order to activate and deactivate it within, well, very quickly during the run. So that is actually a pretty big reason, just saving a lot of time if you do that on console. It saves you at least 30 seconds in very specific areas, and is extremely convenient in a lot of other areas. Even if it doesn't necessarily save time, it's just a lot easier to handle. Oh, that was bad. I kind of hoped he would not split in two. Uh-oh. Frosted again. That's rather awkward. I just hope the spell hits before he multiplies. Alright, that should do the trick. So I need to be a bit more careful with the Sprite here, so he doesn't get killed. And yeah, that's definitely a case for PlayStation games. The emulators just straight up work out differently in the end, in many cases. So if I'm not mistaken, two more... Oh, let's see whether that actually kills. I don't think it kills, but I don't have enough MP to cast another spell right away. But yeah, it's definitely a valid reason for PlayStation. I dare to say you definitely want to play PlayStation games on console and avoid playing them on emulator, since there is way too much difference in many categories, or many games to say the least. Probably strongly depends on the game as well, as in what the community around the games allow as well. Once again, technically it's better to single target the enemies, because otherwise, essentially your damage is reduced by the amount of combined magic resistance they have. However, in this case, they can heal each other, so it also stun locks them if I use magic on all of them at the same time. I believe this should kill the top right guy. This should kill the top left guy. Oh, I was mistaken, they heal too much. They heal so much, it's kind of crazy. Pretty sure this will kill all of them now. What? The sprite was just kind of stuck in place right there. That was really strange. Thank you, Gliption Sweet, and welcome back to you as well. So I will just use a barrel to get over here. Getting past those two slimes without using spells on them is actually kind of... well, you don't necessarily want to risk that, let's put it that way. So many heals, indeed. Yeah, if you want to run games on emulators for the Super Nintendo, I highly suggest you use BizHawk. BizHawk allows you to most accurately emulate the lag and the actual environment without giving you an unfair advantage in terms of lag and all that kind of stuff. So I highly recommend BizHawk in that case. Wow. This guy was a lot weaker than his minions, to say the least. Well, at least he takes a lot of magic damage. SNES is fine for casual play, don't worry about it. But if you want to speedrun it, it's an absolute no-go, since usually it just kind of gives the console, so to speak, too much power, as in processing power, and thus completely avoids lag in many instances, and so it gives you an unfair advantage in play. So at least for speedrunning, don't use that SNES. Not recommended, because most communities don't even accept that one. Are there good USB replicas around? I've heard mixed opinions about the USB replicas, but yes, there are. Some people just say that the USB controllers for Super Nintendo are kind of bad, as in not that great. But on the other hand, Hulk, who runs a ton of Super Nintendo games, let's say at the pretty much highest level you can find anyone run Super Nintendo games, he is running mostly with a USB Super Nintendo controller, and he says it works just perfectly fine for him. Personally, for me, I just use a Super Nintendo controller with a SNES to a USB converter. since I also want to use my regular controllers for pretty much anything I can. By the way, here's the text box that we say, sorry, not enough gunpowder, Matonga's my limit. Actually, I'm curious, let's see real quick. I have a world map here. Yeah, Matonga is actually very slightly closer than the desert. So that cannon brother is not exactly telling the truth. The Hulk is the Grandmaster of Super Nintendo or something like that. Just basically any game he started playing, he has a record in now, more or less. At least in many cases. Greetings, Eigen System, how are you doing? Oh, I actually wanted to sleep to replenish MP. Why don't you set the girl and boy passive and shy to avoid acting? They actually are by default on passive, the Never Nerd. Then I can show you real quick if you'd like to. They are always in the bottom right by default, and that's where they are, well, always standing. I didn't change the options at all. But it's a good suggestion. It's just by default that's the case. Also, a little fun fact, depending on where you set the AI in the grid, they actually gain a little bit of a damage or stat boost. In the top left they gain +2 strength, in the bottom right they gain -1 strength. Oh come on, I needed that lady. But that's actually quite a interesting little tidbit, I guess. Good morning, Danny. How are you doing? Just buy an original controller with that, and then... Yeah, I can recommend that if you would like to later on play it on Super Nintendo. That is just the easiest way to go with it. SNES to USB adapters are pretty cheap and pretty much always work fairly well. Also, if you buy a Super Nintendo controller, I can kind of recommend getting a Super Famicom controller. They work with all systems in case you're interested in that. It's just the Super Famicom controller has essentially ridiculously good start and select buttons. That is the main difference that I've noticed. You know how kind of soft and squishy the start and select buttons are for the PAL controllers or NTSC? They are a lot more firm and easier to press from a Super Famicom controller. The only downside is the really short USB cable that they have. Strength equals more attack damage, yes exactly. I believe there are also some other stats that they get a bonus or malus from in the corners, but I'm not entirely sure what the other stats are. But, by the way, those stats only technically apply to AI-controlled characters. However, because this game is kind of questionably programmed, if you leave a character to AI-controlled and then switch over to character-controlled again, you actually keep those status upgrades. It's just technically those upgrades are only supposed to be available for the AI-controlled characters, but you can easily take them onto your main character as well, as long as you have at least 2 characters alive and can switch between them. Greetings, Space One Skeeth, and good evening. You would have gone many walnut slots. Yeah, I'm actually kind of regretting not going for too many, But at the same time, Crow, you also need to consider that I cannot easily replenish my walnuts on the fly, so I would just have to rebuy new walnuts every now and then. So I'm just kind of looking how it works out this way. I probably should have at least initially bought 3 walnut slots. Yeah, no problem. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. The worst thing that can happen is that I missed the question in chat, and you have to ask it again. Sorry about that. What did they use back programming SNES games? I actually don't know that one. Throwing balls on Mario 64 destroyed your stick. That's less than ideal. Does that USB to SNES adapter exist? I never looked up that direction. Maybe. Bam, one down. So here's the thing, the mech riders only dash across the field if a character is right in front of him. So I placed the boy and the lady right in front of him, that way he will dash across the field. For the sprite, I will absolutely avoid standing right in front of him, otherwise he might dash across me, which I really don't want to have. In order to kill him, I can essentially use any spell that does decent damage, and freeze essentially is the highest damaging spell for the least amount of mana cost. Unfortunately, they cannot get beyond level 3, so if I had enough resources, I should probably use another spell instead. Greetings, Davini. Good evening. And greetings, Kayo Kenza. I appreciate that. Have I ever heard of the Heart Secret of Mana? Yes. Stinger PA, who is another Secret of Mana runner, and me, we actually did a... I think Aqua WB might have been in there as well. Either way, we made a Heart Secret of Mana race, which ended up being kind of alright-ish, I guess. As in, we just tried to see who managed to beat that game first. And we just applied the general one-player, two-controller rules, as in just a standard run with all the glitches and stuff. And it was kind of alright. Personally, I'm not too much of a fan of the Heart Secret of Mana hack, just because the bosses are not terribly interesting in the way they are upgraded. It's just pure stat boost, and if you play this without glitches or just casually, it would be, in my opinion at least, a lot more annoying to try and beat them instead. Not even much more difficult, it just takes longer. So that's actually kind of what I was aiming for. Thank you. Oh, Danny Carlis just subscribed for 3 months in a row. Thank you very much for the subscription, Danny. And the continued support. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. By the way, this is the orb that you skip in the one-player, two-controller route in order to avoid having to defeat the ice gigas. So you can just straight up go past that portion. If you are close enough to those green bow rats, they will usually just only run away. Thank you, Aventor. But yeah, I can recommend playing this game. It's really awesome. It's maybe a little bit old by now, and you can definitely see it has a lot of bugs and glitches in it, even if you're just playing through it casually. But overall it's really lovely. I really like this game. I need to hit... Actually, I can just run past him. Never mind. So... I pygmied this right here in order to be able to cast my spells quicker, since both the before and after spell cast animation are shortened significantly if you are pygmid. He is weak to wind element, so I'm just using wind element in order to attack him here. Here is the dangerous portion. If he just casts a spell right here... Okay, I managed to get it in time. If he casts a spell right there on me, I might be dead right there. So as you can see, the Sylphid spell costs 4 MP instead of only 2 like the freeze spell. So unless the boss is actually weak to the specific element, wind, it is highly... it's not recommended to use the Thunderbolt spell at all, even though it looks a lot flashier, I guess. It's just way too expensive for how much little gain you have on it. Secret of Mana isn't old, it's a classic. I feel like that's the same thing. As in, it's old in video game terms. By the way, if I mash B properly here... you can actually interact with the mana seed right there after this little cutscene from a distance. Why not charge the sword? You mean overcharge like I did on the HDQ run? The thing is, you need to have at least 2 characters alive for that, in order to create an overcharge attack. And because this is a single character challenge run, I can actually not do that. Replenishing my MP, since after boss fights you get healed, but your MP does not get refreshed. Not all old things are classic, that is true. But usually the other way around applies. There is a Secret of Mana improvement hack in development. I've actually read about that, yes. It's quite interesting and also sounds really intriguing. If that ever gets finished, I will definitely want to play that one. So, and even though I don't need to interact with the guy that guides me through the sewers, I'm still going to talk with Mara right here, so she will give me the code into the sewers. The reason why I do that is actually quite simple. Later on I will have to talk to her again in order to get the key to Gold City. But if you have not done this quest, or well, this talk right here about the sewers, she will first talk with you about the sewers, then you need to get into the city again in order to... Hit the boy, please. So yeah, you would need to go away and back into the city in order to actually get the gold key then. So it's actually faster to get the password right now and the key later when I revisit the town. Since with the sprite only, I can also not skip the entirety of all the magic stuff that was a thing in the other category. You remember these fish being troublesome? Yes, I agree. It's not just the fish, it's also the blue blobs. Wow. That actually hit me. Those guys. You don't want to mess with those if you don't have to. Uh-oh. He was after me. So, after I hit him once here, I wait until he splits into 3, or I guess the fish comes up. So no more enemies are down here. How did you get into speedrunning this game? Let's put it this way, on a baseline, ever since I heard about speedrunning, I've always been interested in maybe I could run my favorite game of all time once in a while. Secret of Mana. But I ended up getting into speedrunning through a completely different game at the time. That was I Wanna Be The Guy Gaiden. It just had an online leaderboard and I was just looking, hey, maybe I could get under 1 minute in the first level. Then I got under 1 minute, just checked, hey, maybe I could even get a little bit further in the first level. And well, after a while, I was at the top of the leaderboard in that game. Then I got a little bit later into speedrunning I Wanna Be The Boshi, just when essentially no one else was speedrunning it quite yet, as in people were speedrunning it but not terribly much. There was only one guy who I think had a single playthrough, a single sitting completion at that point, which is Kalamandu. And from there I eventually realized, hey, speedrunning isn't that difficult and I can do it myself if I just want to. And so I looked into Secret of Mana again, and coincidentally at approximately the same time there was some guy called Luigi Meister who was speedrunning this game 1-player 2-controller. And since I always loved controlling multiple entities at the same time in a game, I kind of started playing casually 1-player 2-controller, and eventually I completed a single sitting run 1-player 2-controller, and that's how I got started. I did that a few more times and eventually got further. Good afternoon, Gemji. Thank you. Welcome back to you as well. And yes, working player, I can really agree with that. The simplicity and the restrictions for the developers meant they had to be a lot more clever about it. Also, it was a lot easier to understand in many cases. Personally, I'm a big fan of rather simply games. He never streamed again after not making one faithful HDQ. Actually, I think he streamed once or twice afterwards, but ever since I don't really know anything about him anymore. Yes, I got it! If you press B, 1 frame after you leave the cutscene right there, you can actually open the chest on the top left balcony. Which is completely pointless, because I don't actually need the upgrade. But it's very neat anyways. Oopsie. Oh, that was bad. Do I like to speedrun for world record titles? For the most part, I don't care about the record at all. I speedrun mostly because that just conveniently combines the few aspects in playing games that I like the most, that are mostly just optimizing gameplay, finding the little tricks, routing glitches, figuring out glitches, finding new applications for glitches, finding interesting solutions to puzzles that are not supposed to be puzzles, stuff like that. So that's why I really like speedrunning for the most part. The same could be said about most challenge runs, but it's just speedrunning combines most of the challenge runs aspects conveniently in one big package. So that's why I, well, play them like that. I kind of wanted to avoid that thing splitting into two. That's unfortunate. Okay, got it. I should be quick enough to get off the switch before it hits me. So, Seeker of Mana is literally the only game where I care about having the record in. Because that's my favorite game of all time. And I don't even have the record in all categories, I only have the 1-player 2-controller record. The 1-player 1-controller category record is held by Crow. The quote-unquote glitchless category is held by Phallex1, I believe. The any percent with wrong warps category is held by Overfiend VIP. And that's about it, I think. I probably forgot one category. Reading slash mush. What are you doing? Alright. So once again, Freeze is just the cheapest, highest damaging spell. That's why I use Freeze instead of anything else. But I use one slowdown right there in order to prevent the wall from doing anything in the meantime. After that I can just conveniently continue casting Freeze. I kind of hoped that he would not heal before I got through that. Oh, I should not have done that. I'm pretty sure he was dead before. Oh, thank you, Hexeth. Viewer count has blown up since Age of the Q. And yeah, that's true. Also thanks to the hosts by both Elmagus and Ryuk as a couple. I believe most people here know Elmagus, but just in case you don't, Elmagus is a pretty awesome RPG streamer, as in mostly Super Nintendo RPGs. Also dabbles occasionally into platformers like DKC2, as in Donkey Kong Country 2, and you may want to visit him once in a while. And Ryuk as a couple is actually a Diablo 2 speedrunner. Relatively new-ish, I believe, but if you like some hype and exciting gameplay and a really nice personality, I can recommend him as well. Just to block those guys that actually support me. Too bad emulation sucks on the N64. I don't actually know that. Thank you for posting that, Opus. That is the official GameStone Quick channel, where they host all the videos. So, ladies, that I'm actually going to wait on before I start casting anything with the sprite until both the boy and the lady are dead. So it's a one-on-one. Two, three, four. And a 3 cast should do the trick. Then one more refresh for my MP. And that should be it on how much damage I need to kill him. Good readings, Nishi Bashira. How are you doing? And good evening, Saito. Thank you. Just because I like that so much, as ZTN Saito here in chat actually routed Skies of Arcadia for single segment speedrun. So if you would like to see that, I believe you're going to try and run a single segment run of that sometime soon-ish. And also I have his notes, so that is something I will probably just, if nothing else, for fun, try to run. Skies of Arcadia is a GameCube RPG, which I like quite a bit, to say the least. So much damage. You can easily stack the damage with spells of the sprite by either opening the menu while being on another character, just with the sprite by pressing X for the sprite's menu, right after he finishes casting, or if you just pick the sprite, you can just mash the Y button while you have him selected, which allows you to very quickly recast spells again. Good evening, Puexel. You like your vampires? Are nice. Nice. How are you doing, sir? Even found a nice little glitch. Hey, what is that glitch? I may or may not have heard of that one yet. Just pick up Final Fantasy IX PC version. Speedrunning that, no encounter percent. There's a no encounter thing for that. Interesting. Also, I had no idea there was a Final Fantasy IX PC version, actually. You can bug over a wall and cut off 2 to 3 minutes flight time. Oh! Nice! I actually was wondering, if you could bug over more walls, you could cut out significant portions of the run as well. I'm actually very interested in how you can do that. That sounds really awesome. That's not where I meant to go. I need to rebuy some fairy walnuts. And what is the name comes this or next month? Oh, that got announced. Oh, alright, interesting. I see. Just for reference, I know that you know that's ironic, but generally speaking, I'm not that much of a fan of speedrunning games that are turn-based RPGs, as in, essentially I don't like that at all, so I generally avoid games like that. At least for speedrunning. Casual play is really awesome. I also really like the routing aspect of those, but just playing them myself is probably not my thing. The one I found is super easy to do, nothing more from frame perfect. Interesting. But yeah, that really begs the question whether you can do this in other places as well, Saidor. That's really awesome. We'll hit both the Sprite and... Alright. So the Metal Mantis has a decent chunk of magic defense, but at the same time, Priest level 4 at this point is strong enough to kill him in 2 sequence of waves. Just because it's level 4 and a, I believe, 91 power spell, this should kill him. Are there any new games that you are looking forward to in 2016? Yes, Brave Earth Prologue. Other than that, I actually have no idea. Brave Earth Prologue is a game that is being developed by the creator of I Wanna Be the Guy, as in the original one. That is Kei Nazaki. And I've managed to get a little, let's say, preview version build of the game already. Well, a while ago, to say the least. And that should be a really awesome game. At least if you really like the music, that's really awesome. Oh, sorry about that. I cannot close the door. Too bad. But yeah, Brave Earth Prologue is the one game that I know that probably releases 2016, but outside of that I really don't know. I'm not too... What's the word? I don't usually keep track of the stuff that is being developed more recently, to be completely honest. Well, I actually want this guy to hit my allies here. Boom, thank you. I preferred if he didn't hit the Sprite, but that's just a little price to pay. It's fine. You found that you really enjoy running turn-based RPGs that have real-time element to it, like SNES, PS... Yeah, I can definitely see that. I also don't mean to say those games are easy or anything like that. It's just I prefer to run games that allow me to go 1 pixel to the left and it makes a difference. Where I just can do those micro-optimizations that are not easily doable just by selecting the correct option. And once again, in case anyone is wondering, selecting the correct option in RPGs, as in menuing, is a lot more difficult than it initially may appear. I can tell you that much. Take care, Swinder. See you later. Our... yes, Icon System. That is kind of the plan I have. I did that, by the way, in the boy-only run, not in the Sprite, in the girl-only run. The girl-only run has plenty of resources to survive without much trouble. The internet makes many gamers and fans stuff. Well, in a sense, the internet makes everything look bad if you just look at the wrong place. But if you look at the correct place, many things can be really awesome as well. So next up we go to over here, buy new equipment. had your first root treatment. What is a root treatment, if I may ask? I believe the unicorn helmet increases the sprite's magic power. I'm not entirely sure about that. Not the internet, people do that. That's technically true. But at the same time, I guess... The internet is just a tool for that. Oh, at the dentist. Yeah. That doesn't sound pleasant. It's not painful at all. Actually, it highly, from what I know, it highly depends on how the treatment is done on one hand and what kind of treatment it has to be specifically. I don't know either. So, once again... Oh. Uh-oh. It's actually kind of bad. I didn't want the sprite to get hurt that much. Actually, I didn't want him to get hurt at all. I just kind of forgot to equip the stuff. Oopsie. I only wanted to kill off my allies here. They magically don't get hit at all, it's amazing. So I believe this first room... Oh, it does have an enemy in it. But I have Amorphous as Sprite Spear. Wait, how many... Did I just see that correctly? 4, never mind. I didn't see it correctly. So... I want to kill those guys a few times to level up at least once. I forgot. Real punish magic. You cannot kill those guys while they have... Good job, me. That was a waste of a pheromone. You can kill those guys just before they cast their barrier. By the way, this barrier reflects spells, so you absolutely want to avoid hitting it with a spell. And I kind of hope it gives me a chest, which it doesn't, unfortunately. I guess I should not run around Pigmeat, since that reduces my defense by 2/3. It's kind of unhealthy. Spaced out indeed. Glad to hear that, Erland, and welcome. And we are already 2, where that game is our favorite of all time. That's also the baseline reason why I started speedrunning it. Well, at least a really big reason. Oh, right. I kind of forgot about that. So I'm going to wait until this thing splits into 3. Just it. Then I kill them with... I believe 1 freeze is enough. Yep. They are fire element and take double damage from freeze. Yes, Happy is good. That's one of the big reasons as to why I like those channels on as well, aside from it them being just a lot more relaxed and chill, since I don't have to worry about being too well optimized. And also can, through that, pay a little bit more attention to the chat, which is very nice. Usually I'm really bad at reading chat at the same time, by the way. Just because I'm terrible at multitasking. If you believe it or not... Oh shoot, I should not have run in there. Could be interesting. 2 left. So, believe it or not, I'm actually really bad at multitasking. I'm really, really bad at multitasking. One player 2 controller does not require much multitasking at all, it's just mostly muscle memory practice and preparation. So, I believe I don't have enough magic to finish off that beast right here, since it has a lot of magic defense. So this could be kind of tricky. Or at least take a while until I finish it off. So it's actually kind of an issue that I accidentally used up another fairy walnut at the entrance. I should have gone back to replenish the fairy walnut. I just need to finish it off with attacks. Uh-oh. I'm not sure how much damage that deals. It shouldn't be too much. Yeah, alright. And I believe the physical portion actually does never hit me. Wow. This could take a while. Oh wow, Ellen just subscribed. Thank you very much, I really appreciate that. That's really awesome. Slime has 3k HP. Yes, I believe something like that. He really doesn't like to get hit. I know that the Dread Slime, as in the second slime you encounter in the Mana Fortress, actually has an infinite amount of MP. As in, he can cast whatever. I don't know about this guy right here. I actually would like to attack you once in a while. So yeah, thank you very much, Ellen. I really appreciate that. This one is the slime that shrinks when you damage it. The Dread Slime is the one that grows. Is that a cell loud sound? No, it's just a notification sound. Mostly the notification sound is for myself, because I'm kind of notorious for missing stuff that is happening in the chat. And so that way I should not miss anything like that, which would be less than ideal. This looks rough. Yeah, it could be really bad. Evil Gate, by the way, is a percentage-based damage spell. Do you think this category is even more challenged than one player 2 controller? Yes, I think so, to an extent at least. One player 2 controller is probably a lot more difficult if you just approach it without any prior knowledge, but once you actually play one player 2 controller, it is relatively easy. One player 1 controller is more difficult to speedrun in this specific game, just because you have to keep track of a lot more things. I believe you ran out of MP. Greetings, Alpha Mushroom, and thank you. I appreciate that. How did that hit me? Well, I guess I was wrong with him being out of MP. It's kind of unfortunate. I might be cornered here. That's pretty unfortunate as well. Oh yeah, I can't move anymore. Whoops. I didn't know that could happen. Okay, I need to avoid taking damage here. Programs are not always smart people. I agree with that. I'm one of the best examples of that. I'm working on it, Quint. I'm working on it. Yes, Alan, I completely agree with that. Magic Quest playthrough is a lot of fun for me too, or well, at least in my opinion. Although, when I was a kid, I did a playthrough without offensive magic, just only using the girl in order to buff and heal and stuff, but that's it. I think that is maybe the most fun playthrough that I did just casually. Just only use the lady to cast supportive spells, but no offensive spells with the Sprite. Oh dear, I definitely should have gone back to restock on items. Uh-oh, that might be bad. Definitely want to heal up here. I still have honeys, which recover my HP to full. So it should be fine, even though this will take a while. Have I ever reached level 100 with all characters? No. The highest I ever had was something like level 70. Let's put it this way, I'm not the type of player that is completionist-ish, I guess. I just really enjoy playing the stuff that I liked playing. And for the most part, I don't care about getting all achievements or everything to max stats or anything like that. I'd rather have a good challenge by deliberately not leveling up or stuff like that. That will make it a bit more difficult and allows me to get more creative while beating or attacking and defeating bosses. Which is also why in many RPGs I deliberately don't... I deliberately don't actually level up all the way, or do not do all the side quests. Since very often in, especially Final Fantasy games, if you get all the side quests and side stuff, you level up your characters on one hand to make them a lot stronger. And on the other hand, you gain ridiculous equipment which make everything else almost trivial at times. And I agree, Nora. Seeker of Mana is definitely best enjoyed multiplayer. Grab 2 friends and just go. In my opinion, that's definitely the way to go. So he should have about 200 or 300 HP left or something like that. I don't know. ST3 Dark Force. Actually, I dare to say that in Seiken Densetsu 3 the dark spells are probably more threatening than in this game here. In a sense, since they cost so much MP in this game here, that it's almost not worth casting. Almost. Just going to avoid taking damage by using the Witch Mallet twice here. I can only do this as long as I don't have the weapon charged up to level 2 already, or I'm not in the middle of an attack. This takes a lot longer than I hoped it would. Oh well. The thing is, I did not save beforehand, otherwise it would have probably been quicker to reset and get in here with full MP. Good morning, Hotshot. How are you doing? I think I will want to heal for now. I think boss spells or enemy spells do not actually stack in your character, interestingly enough. Oh yeah, about the version stuff, as people already mentioned in chat, I think Japanese version might be slightly faster than the English version, but even if that were the case, no one really wants to play the Japanese version. Just mostly because it has a very high probability of outright soft-locking your game on bosses after you defeat them. It's technically not a probability, as in you can very consistently avoid that from happening. But at the same time, it's extremely irritating because it also does not allow you to swap characters after you defeat bosses. Yeah. So essentially what happens is the game assigns, in the Japanese version at least, to the character that had the menu open last, it assigns to that character the event which happens after the boss fight, like teleporting you to the next room, or opening up a passage, stuff like that. The thing is, what they did wrong in the Japanese version, which they fixed in the English release and the PAL release, it's on a cartridge instead of a CD, where is the place where I need to go? So that's one thing. But the other thing, which is probably more impactful than that, I have no idea where I'm going. It's not where I wanted to go. I'm lost again. Oh well, the other thing that was... the Japanese version already had very little space for all the dialogue. But, at least in Japanese, the dialogue can be pretty easily compressed, since you can express a lot more with the same amount of characters, since, well, Japanese characters are, let's say, a bit more complex and allow for you to do that. Which is not the case for English characters, but they had only the same amount of characters available in order to actually write out the stuff that they wanted. So as a result, they were basically unable to properly do any real translation and had to cut down on a lot of stuff and shorten everything everywhere. As in, there is literally not more space in the memory available for them to write into than the amount of characters they used, which is also why, little segue, this is also why the Japanese version is not necessarily faster just dialogue-wise. As in, you know, in many games like Ocarina of Time, Japanese is just outright faster since there are a lot less characters that they write stuff with. This is not true in Secret of Mana, just because in Secret of Mana they don't have that many characters available in the first place. But interesting enough, there are slight timing difference between the English and Japanese version anyways. For some reason, some cutscenes are quicker in the Japanese version by a few seconds, but I believe the menus are slightly slower in the Japanese version for... I have no idea why actually. Overall, I think it just breaks even for the most part anyways. So this might kill him. Nope. The blue spike has actually a lot of HP. Also, this is a fake death animation. Not entirely sure why he has that, but that's what he does. I think I should probably go outside and replenish my fairy walnuts. The SNSCD was aiming to fix that. Right, I can't use the magic up here, but I can use it here. Yep, the hotspot thing was quite a big thing with Banjo-Kazooie, or well, was supposed to be quite a big thing with stop and swap stuff, which is actually kind of interesting to read or look up information about. So by the way, this is the most dangerous boss for both the girl and the boys solo. And the reason for that is actually kind of simple. This guy casts Earth Slide extremely frequently, which means there is very little time in between where he, well, doesn't cast Earth Slide. Which essentially means that he can one-shot you with that Earth Slide. Because the Earth Slide, this thing right here, yep, that's what happens. The Earth Slide normally hits all three characters. However, because there is only one character alive, that means it will only ever, well, hit that one character, and the damage that is supposed to be split across three characters hits only one. So it does about a total of 400 minus magic resist in terms of damage, which instantly kills all your characters at this point in the game. As in, you would need to level up quite significantly more in order to survive just a single spell cast from the Earth Slide. Even then, if you were to survive that, that was just one portion. Because then you would still need to survive the subsequent cast, and as I said, he pretty much spams that spell as long as you are out of range of his melee attacks. So it's kind of unhealthy, to say the least. By the way, I believe the most advanced cartridge I know about for the Super Nintendo is probably Tales of Fantasia. It is a Japanese-only released game, and it has some special sound chips and shenanigans inside it, which are really intriguing. You know how many games in the Super Nintendo era, it was actually quite a big deal for them to have some pieces of voice acting in it. In Tales of Fantasia, there is a fully voiced song in there, which is, in my opinion, kind of ridiculous. And it sounds quite well as well, by the way. As in, Tales of Fantasia has probably the most advanced sound and... well, yeah, sound and music design overall of any Super Nintendo game. At least that I'm aware of. Uh-oh. I was stuck in the corner there because the spiky hit me. And I think the Sprite, even though he was pigment, he was unconscious. It looks weird. I think this should kill him. What? I forgot to split before, which is kind of convenient now, I guess. If darkness really exists, it can truly be found in the heart of man. I believe that's the PlayStation version of the translation. Or maybe Game of Advance. I don't know. By the way, I speedrun the Super Nintendo version of Tales of Fantasia, in case anyone is interested in that. Which is also the next game that I'm going to be mostly focusing on. since in February there is going to be a Tales of marathon, as in just all the Tales of whatever games, and Tales of Fantasia is in there as well. I'm the only one who runs Tales of Fantasia on the Super Nintendo, as in I've done the entire routing and all that jazz. Actually, it's not entirely true. I've taken note of a Japanese runner who did a speedrun of that before, but by now my route and my optimizations are approximately 2 hours faster than that. There is another guy called Silex, or I think he is also called Bertin, who runs the PlayStation version. That's a lot of damage. And greetings, Mathridge. Thank you. So let's try that again. Wrong spell. So Thunderbolt does actually a lot of damage against him. The Sprite, the girl and the boy don't really have any option to kill this guy faster. Also, I think what I'm going to be doing is I cast Lava Wave right here. And the reason why I do this is quite simple. Lava Wave has a really long animation, and during that animation I can easily replenish my MP and then cast Lightning Thunderbolt again afterwards. I think that is the most sensible choice I can make, so he does not even get the chance to cast any spells on me. Salamander reaches level 4, even though I was spamming Sylph. I believe 3 Thunderbolts should do the trick. Uh-oh, I was kind of counting on this killing him. This might be bad. Alright. This is the animation which he uses in case he drops below 50% HP, so he's not casting a spell during that time, which is kind of convenient. This should kill him. Alright. What time zone is the Scream schedule in your info? That is Central European time, as in, I think that's GMT +1, probably? Oh right, don't do that. Vesuvio, level 4, indeed. As in today, I actually started, technically speaking, about 30 minutes early. But at the same time, I wanted to start early because this is going to be a really long run. And at the same time, I was really tired when I started, so I kind of wanted to get it over with as well, to be honest. Even though right now I don't feel tired at all anymore, so that's pretty neat. Chop. And yes, XF, that is precisely correct. Monster Ranger was a pretty interesting concept. Yes, I agree. That is actually a really intriguing concept, to be completely honest. I probably should edit that Sirenek. Also, the splits are still backwards. I need to go to the Moon Palace first before I can go through here. By the way, fun fact, The lady at level 1 has exactly enough MP to cast one Lucent Beam, which is just enough to activate the orb inside the Moon Palace here and inside the Grand Palace. What? I never listened to you? What did I do wrong? Oopsie. So, as you can see, this is now the entrance hall of the Moon Palace. Fun fact, if I use a magic rope now, I will get back into the dark place of the Moon Palace, even though that technically shouldn't exist anymore, since I've brought light into the palace. Oop. Hello. I cannot move. As in, I literally cannot move right now. It doesn't allow me to do anything. What is going on? Hang on. Give me... That's what you get for playing around. Alright. Apparently plugging in the second controller kind of did the trick. That was really strange. So what did I miss, Phase 1 Ski? Yeah, I actually didn't know that this kind of weird thing would happen if I just activate the seat before, well, after using the magic rope dash. Since, well, you don't usually do that. Greetings, Clubberbird. How are you doing? Just mocking me? That's not nice. The guy's over here, I believe. Nope, I was wrong. There we go. Tasnik goes over here. By the way, fun fact, you can completely avoid this cutscene with Tema right here, if you just walk around it. Thank you, precisely. And yes, I was the one with two controllers. That makes me having two games at HDQ, or any GDQ, one player, two controllers. I'm still one game behind now, Sinister 1, who has 3 games total, with 2 controllers. So, what do we do with ninjas that kill our friends? Simple. We killed the ninja. Aww. Good night. Yeah, the handcam setup was less than ideal. But in a sense, it would have just been a major tech setup if they wanted to handle it any differently. So I understand why they just kept it the way they had it, Swinder. The Dutch game stream, it was fun. I see, nice. Glad to hear that. And good evening, Wild7. Thank you. I appreciate that. Where is it? I wonder whether I just straight up go up or... Yeah, there's no real risk in just straight up going up. The thing is, the Sprite now has this equipment from Gold City, which makes him almost invulnerable to any of the attacks from the enemies here. The only issue is those flowers here cause sleep flowers every single time you come on screen, and they just put you to sleep. Whoosh. Greetings, Necro. In case anyone is interested in that, the Games Done Quick channel on YouTube actually has now all the VODs online, so you can rewatch anything that you may have missed and wanted to watch. Personally, I recommend to you guys Lagoon by PJ. That was basically one of the highlights of my experience, to say the least. Lagoon is just such a questionable game. It's fantastic. What was Flammy's name in German? Lufty, yes indeed. Will you try? Yep. Okay, let's go. PJ did a great job of making it watchable. Yeah, to me it's actually quite interesting, since I've really wondered whether the PAL version is better or easier or anything like that. Because when I played Lagoon when I was a kid, that was the only game I ever managed to finish in a single weekend. And I believe I remember it being relatively easy on top of that as well. So that's kind of strange. So those enemies right here, they literally cannot hurt me. Because of the armor I currently have, so... yeah, too bad. Don't mess with the Sprite. I believe they have really high magic resistance, so let's real quick see. Yeah, they have really high magic resistance, so it's just easier to use regular attacks instead. Also, the other two ghosts just disappear because my two allies are dead as well. So the corresponding ghost disappears, or clone for that matter. Good evening, Nemo, and thank you. Thank you, Necro. Lagoon was basically carried by the amazing commentary by BB4K and Blackie, so that was really awesome. Essentially, I did not have to worry about the commentary at all. That was really nice. Doppelganger's down. Wait, the ninja is down as well. There we go. Next up we have the Acrocopulum, but before that we have to... Whoop, one, second one, thank you. Do this. Oop, no. Yes, Goose Troop was run at the HDQ, one player, 2 controller. The first stage was kind of, let's call it questionable. I did not do a terribly good job at that, and I was kind of nervous, to say the least, but after that it went pretty decently well, I'd like to say. I always forget where the mushroom village is. It's somewhere along here. I thought it was somewhere along there. Well, all I could have bought stuff in Tasnica. Whatever. Let's just go over here, that's fine as well. Thank you, Swinder. And good evening, Sid. And also good evening to everyone else that I may have missed, which I probably did. Oh. I didn't use any? Alright. So the sage gave me a heal to my MP, so I don't need to worry about that either. How long did you practice with playing with 2 controllers? A while? It's kind of hard to put in numbers. As in... not much longer than a regular person would for normal runs if they were interested in repeatedly running the game. Let's put it that way. Northwest, northeast... So here's a fun fact about the Acrocopulum. He has very, very little matching resistance. But he can cast Wall, which can be quite the issue. Thank you, Ruffman. Hey, good evening, PJ. Yeah, it is quite a crowd, it's actually kind of scary. How are you doing, sir? Also, by the way, PJ is the amazing person who ran Lagoon. Basically any run by PJ you want to watch. Seriously. It's fantastic. I think 3 is enough. Yep, 3 is enough in order to deal maximum damage. That's 1 hit. I need 4 hits, I believe. Once again, just casting Lava Wave in order to lock him down for an extended period of time, so I have enough time to replenish my MP before he hopefully casts Wall. Yep, I got it. But that makes it a lot easier. Oh, it's already dead. Alright. He only does Actraiser. Well, not only. He also plays some slapstick. Or as people know it a bit better, Robotrek. Maybe sometime. Good evening, Overlord Manga. So by the way, if you have any questions, I would like to ask you to put my name, or the short name, into the sentence, so it gets highlighted. So I can more easily spot it and answer to those. Is this run 100% glitchless? No, it's not at all. As in, I use any glitch that I have available, just using only that one character, as in, just only using the sprite. If you would like to see a glitchless speedrun, you could visit Alex's channel, as in, his name is F Alex with 3 X at the end and 1 at the end. He has the current record for quote-unquote glitchless. He also has the best explanation as to why glitchless is in quotes, since it is really hard to define what is actually glitchless in this specific game. So there's that. He didn't get the response. Sorry, Direct, what did I miss? So, just for safety, I'm going to be saving right here real quick. Where is it? This time it's not to bug out the game, but just to save. My fingers were already ready to soft reset here, but that's just really muscle memory. Oh, thank you for the links, Ironic. Yes, that is Alex who does Secret of Mana glitchless, as in he prefers to run games glitchless, and he is also the one who pioneered Secret of Mana glitchless. Since that was before him, not really a thing, as in we just kind of always thought it's really hard to define what is a glitch and what is not, and we didn't even consider it. But then he came along and just kind of made up a definition which we, well, basically could all agree on. And that's how that started, which is really neat, since I really like the category, since it makes you think in different ways than other categories. Also, it makes use of different mechanics that you don't normally see in any other run as well, which is really awesome. Okay, take care, Necro, and have a nice evening. Thank you very much. And just as a little side note, generally speaking, I would like to keep it in English, because most of the viewers here are English as well, or at least understand English. So they may also be able to understand the message. But it's alright, thank you. I appreciate that. Go away. I completely forgot that I could now level up magic with the Sprite. Slightly differently than before. I mean, could level up. What's the word? Luna. In order to be able to absorb some MP. I have no idea how much damage that dealt just now, by the way. Oh wow. Oh wow. Necro, thank you very much for the subscription. That's really awesome. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Yeah, language is not in the rules. I probably should have put in there. But as I said, it's fine. Nothing wrong with it. Wow, thank you very much for your support. That's really awesome. Uh-oh. I kind of banked on him dying right there, which he didn't. Oh no. No. That's why I saved. Have a nice evening, Necro. Thanks for dropping by. Whoop. And I'm over here. Let me think about this real quick. While I'm here, I might as well. You did indeed. I'm actually going to go over here. And just be really, really careful that the boy does not kill off any enemies here, or the sprite for that matter. Don't defend, Spritey, please. Don't defend. Don't attack them. Don't attack them. Oh. Wait, the Sprite needs to survive. For some reason I kind of assumed okay, that makes a lot more sense. That's why the Sprite was dodging all the time. Alright, there we go. So what I'm going to be doing here is real quick level up some magic. The way I do this is, first of all, I think I want to get this to level 4. No, actually level 3 is fine, because I will only need it for, I believe, 2 more bosses. And for those it's going to be plenty if it's level 3. Also, I at least want to kill one of those guys. So on the right side here... Actually, let me... I can do this differently instead. What I want to do is go inside here and outside again. Then on the right side there's going to be a flower. Flowers actually have MP, which I can absorb. And by casting 2 magic absorbs in quick succession, I can actually absorb more than the maximum amount of MP the flower has in the first place. As in, I believe it does not have 17 MP. That is just how much I managed to absorb out of basically nowhere. Stream is getting too big. Maybe. Not quite yet though. That is one thing. I will want to level up Shade as well. Just based on... I need to be able to deal decent damage against the red slime in the Mana Fortress. That is the only reason why I need Shade leveled up. So... That's some funky screen effects. Yes, Meriden, that is exactly why I do that. But I should have given the boy a different weapon instead, to be completely honest. In order to avoid the boy from having any weapon at all that, when he gets put to the ground and then stands back up, would essentially trigger a counterattack. If you give him a ranged weapon, he will not have any attack while getting up as either. So that would make more sense. So somehow that flower died. That's alright. Yeah, the bee has no idea what is hitting him. So this is a really easy place to level up magic, by the way. Just as soon as you get Luna, you can magic absorb the flowers really quick twice in succession and replenish your MP almost fully afterwards. It's really useful. I will want to have Dark Force on level 3. I think I just make this so I have all my spells at the final level that I need them to be in the end. I think that is going to be the easiest way to handle this. Magic Absorb is extremely useful in many places as well, so I don't have to make multiple trips through areas. So that's probably also what I'm going to be doing. Level 2. Level 3 is going to be enough. What's your favorite spirit? By the way, if you just run out of range and then back into range of the flowers, they will replenish their MP as well. Just as a little fun fact. I don't really have a favorite spirit so far. One, two, three. Alright. Shade is leveled up enough. Next up. I might just straight up level Luna right now to a higher level, although that's kind of silly, since I will want to do that while I level up other stuff. At least in theory. I could level up Burst instead, because Burst is ridiculously strong. Let me think about this real quick. Are there any neutral enemies upcoming? It's a neutral element. Technically, Buffy I don't hit with the correct element, but at the same time Burst costs a lot of MP. And takes a long time to cast. So I'm just going to rely on Freeze the entire way through. I'm not going to level up that. On the other hand, I'm going to... Let me see real quick, what level is... It's level 3, that's fine. Fireball level 4, that's plenty. Yeah, I think I leveled up everything enough except for Luna. I definitely want to continue leveling up Luna. Something like level 3 is fine. Overall, I think my favorite spirit is probably either Luna or Undine. Just because I really like the type of supportive magic they have. So I'm absorbing MP from enemies that don't have any MP at all, which allows me to basically spam cast it really quick. I want to have level 4, I believe, Luna, in order to really reliably be able to absorb MP from enemies along the way, and even some bosses in some cases. That poor flower. I'm sorry. Oh, by the way, PJ, at some point you mentioned that you probably casted this other spell over there, and it all of a sudden killed your party or something like that. Maybe it was against undead enemies. Because that could be a thing technically, I believe. But I'm not entirely sure about that. So, let's see. Lunar magic, because why not? Knock it senseless. Everyone was just unconscious right now. Let's see what else again. All are confused. Amazing. Also, that's what happens when you confuse a flower. It's pretty fantastic. Enemy wimps out. Whoa, they all changed forms. All are confused again. Alright. I'm just waiting until the confusion wears off, because I cannot cast spell during confusion. Good evening, let's Remax. How are you doing, sir? Level 4, alright. I think that's all the preparation I need. Let's go back for now, save real quick. And then we are off to... this is a good place to save. Then we are off to... the Sunken Continent again. Lunar Magic has MP Drain, which is actually really interesting as a spell. Because it allows you, in one hand, to cast a lot of spells for the Sprite, but on the other hand, and in my opinion more interestingly enough, you can run various enemies out of MP completely, so they won't be able to, well, cast any spells anymore. Surprise. That's what happens when you don't have MP. But you need to be careful, since Lunar Magic absorbs HP and MP, but if the enemy is a zombie, the effect is reverted. And a certain boss called Hexus actually counts as a zombie. So if you cast MP Absorb on her, you give her MP instead. So that's pretty bad. Welcome back, Solith. Yeah, the flag was without problems. Nice to hear, Remax. Whoop. Okay. This time I'm better prepared, I feel. The thing is, the Hydra has very little magic defense. But he has a lot of HP. Alright, Ryu. thanks for dropping by, and also thank you for the host. I really appreciate that. Rest well, and good luck on tomorrow. I'm really amazed you managed to stay up for that long still. Once again, if anyone would like to see some Diablo 2 speedruns, and essentially kind of the polar opposite of my stream, which is more... what's the word? Well, not hype. This stream is really hype. Got a whips orb. Nice. So I will be casting MP Absorb on the Owl, or the Kimono Wizard, I guess. And he will replenish my MP back to full. Oh, wrong way. I always forget that there's switches over here. Or more like, I always forget the entire layout of this area. Since that's not a place where I run through often at all. Not even on one controller you run through here, actually. Just as a little fun fact. Uh-oh. Right, wrong way. How much does it cost to attend HDQ? Well, for me it costs something along the lines, as in just a flight was about 1,400 bucks, I say, as in Swiss francs. But there are cheaper flights than that if you don't go directly to the airport, or just don't really mind going with a bit of a slower route or different days or something like that. So you could save a little bit on that end. But on the other hand, the hotel itself also costs about, let's say, 250 for the entire duration. So overall it costs about... Let me think about this real quick. Also I need to heal. What I could do instead of healing... Well, that didn't get much. Oh well. Let's put it this way, I had a budget of about 2,000 bucks for the entire thing. I say bucks because Swiss francs is a weird thing to say, and it's a kind of an equivalent. It doesn't really make too much of a difference, I think. Wump. Yeah, as Remax said, the flight can vary quite significantly depending on days when you go. As in, if I were to go one day earlier, it would have been about $100 to $200 cheaper, or also depending on when you buy the items, the tickets. Whoop. So it's almost 1-to-1 in conversion. They're dancing like Michael Jackson. Yes, actually that is surprisingly accurate. So, by the way, this guy has ridiculously low HP for a boss that late into the game. He has only about 1500 or so. It's kind of crazy. So you can pre-book your flight. Yeah, that's probably the best thing you can do if you definitely decide to attend. For me it's just, I definitely need to have a game in there, otherwise I probably don't go to HDQ. And the game I plan on trying to get in next time around is kind of unlikely to get in the first place, since it's such a long RPG. And relatively unknown in the US, even though pretty much anyone that knows it loves it. It's still pretty niche, so there's that. Let's see. Oh. Good evening, Unheilig, and thank you. I appreciate that. No, it's Terranigma, not Tales of Fantasia. Tales of Fantasia might get in. As in, I believe that would have a higher chance of getting in, to be completely honest. At least if I route out the time a little bit lower. It could easily get something in the region of 3 hours, which would not be too long. It might be entertaining enough. But I'm not entirely sure about that. And good evening, Curse Gamer. How are you doing? Whoop. And we are inside the Grand Palace. Here once again, I will have to revive the lady for one of the orbs. Otherwise I will not be able to progress through the entire thing. That's the second orb in here. You don't have to be the best, Cyranic. You just have to be able to put on a good show that people who have never seen the game can enjoy it as well. I keep forgetting, here I need to use a magic rope. Because that's quicker than walking outside again. But yeah, it had... I think Terranigma or Tales of Fantasia, for that matter, would have a much better shot in the RPG limit break. Which, by the way, in a sense, in turn would probably mean that it has no chance at all if it were to go into RPG limit break. Just because it kind of makes sense to handle it that way. In my opinion, anyways. You have good sources that they take the best? No, by no means. As I said, you have to be good enough to be consistent, to make the run consistent, and, let's put it this way, have a good reputation. If it's a competition between multiple runners getting the run in, then sure, the one with the best time, if you cannot decide between yourself, as in between the players themselves, the one with the highest or the best time will have the best shot at getting in. That is just kind of natural. Like I not sell the Ocarina of Time 100%? No, thank you. I like Ocarina of Time, but there's not much I can do in that game that isn't already done. Which is kind of boring to me. Because one of the major aspects I like about running games is being able to come up with stuff myself and also route it to an extent. So this is the orb I need to activate with the lady. Also here I get a few sword orbs. Basically I get as many sword orbs as I did not pick up until this point. I will get all the remaining ones that I, well, could have picked up, like in the castle in Pandora I could have picked up a sword orb, then later on I could have gone to various places to pick up more sword orbs. That is essentially what I, well, got there. That is kind of a failsafe, so you cannot miss any sword orbs, or any orbs for that matter. I'm just going to go over here, that's safer. Uh-oh. Those wolves can be really scary if they can combo you. Link to the Past is one of the games that I might consider running at some point anyways, even though it's pretty much explored at this point. Ah, nothing funky happens when I do that. That's unfortunate. I'm just checking which enemies are easy to absorb MP from. Greetings, Tag, how are you doing? And no, you don't devour delicious frogs. Frogs are your friends. Don't eat them. That's just silly. Oh, right. Those guys... Oh. You can absorb easily MP from the dogs, so I think I'm going to be doing that now. I believe he has more than 11. At least I would assume so. Yep, he has more than that. Alright, full MP again, without having to use a fairy walnut. That's really good. Also, there was another question over there. Let me get to that in a second. So, alright. Well, the thing is, Kaitos, when people don't know anything about the runner or the game, it is just generally safer to take the runner who has a better time in it, if there is a question of which runner you should take. But by the way, did you know mini barrels are actually a thing? Whee! Good evening, Yukizaka. Nice to hear, and welcome. And good evening, Bender. Oh, good evening, Bender, there we go. I almost missed you, sorry about that. Maybe, Curse Gamer, we'll see. You remember the Black Wolves having 40 MP? Yeah, I don't actually know how much MP they have, to be honest. But it seemed to be plenty enough for me to replenish on those. Also, they had low enough magic defense, so I could easily absorb. So, for reference, what I'm doing right here is I'm draining Hexus of all her MP. Hexus is actually a really interesting boss. By the way, my favorite boss of the entire game. So what I'm doing right now is I'm staying relatively close to her, because as long as I'm close to her, she will not change forms. She has a total of 4 possible forms, technically 5, but the 5th one never appears to happen because of a programming bug. So what essentially is up with Hexus is, if you are to the far left, top left, she will transform into a water form, which, well, she will use water spells instead. If you go to the far north, she will transform into an earth form using earth spells. If you go to the far northeast, she will transform into a fire form, flinging fire spells. Technically she also has a wind form, but because the logic is never satisfied, as in the condition for that to happen never appears, the form in which that happens is never going to happen. However, in the regular form, she only uses physical spells such as Pygmus Glare and neutral spells such as, well, Dispel Magic, which do not deal any damage as long as I have a barrel activated. Spells that would deal damage, or more like spells that I can actually cast myself, such as Freezing Wave or Lava Wave or Fireball, stuff like that, would deal damage through the barrel. However, because the Pygmus Glare here is physical and I cannot cast it myself, it is considered to be absorbed and it does not damage me while I have the barrel equipped. That is the reason why I have a barrel right now, and just wait until she runs out of MP. I believe the Sprite would be capable of just outright matching her spell power and just casting spells, but it's just simply a lot safer for me to run her out of spell beforehand than change her form into either fire, earth or water when casting spells on her, since she will then stop using Pygmus Glare, which would still damage me quite significantly if it hits. So, just a question to the chat, would you like to see the fire form, the earth form, or the water form? It doesn't matter which one I should pick. I think she might be out of MP right now. That's a Pygmus Glare, the other attack should be Dispel. Still a Pygmus Glare. Come on. One water, 3 fire. Alright. Okay, she's out of MP. I'm to the far north now. This is the Earth form. As you can see, she looks kind of interesting. And because she tries to only cast spells that cost MP, she doesn't cast anything. Then to the far east, it's fire. And just to show it off as well, over here is water. Alright, so it's going to be fire. Thank you very much for boarding. I need to scroll the camera further down. By the way, if I were below her anywhere, she would transform back into her regular form, which is what I want to avoid. She also has a lot of magic defense. So I will need to use a lot of spells in order to actually defeat her efficiently. Good evening, Roof. How are you doing? The heart form. I'm not sure that exists. Is it known what the bug form was meant to do? I actually don't know precisely, but it's just kind of like all the other forms. It's just a wind element instead. Nice to hear, Roof. I'm doing quite well, indeed. Thank you, Metallic Guy. I actually did forget about that. Thank you. Good evening to you. Whoops. This should kill her. Oh, didn't. How am I going to approach the man of this fight? Grind a lot and also grind on enemies that can drop me better equipment. That is the baseline. So I'm going to go outside here and replenish fairy walnuts. Not forgetting eating and drinking. Don't worry, I ate plenty and drank a lot. Well, I'm still drinking technically. Come on. It's probably quick to run outside here instead of using a magic rope. What type of run are you watching here? This is a challenge run, you could say. Which basically means I'm only ever going to be using the sprite for anything possible. Outside of stuff that is only absolutely required to do with the boy and the girl, with arguably one little exception. I'm not entirely sure we want to call that an exception or not though, so... I still do this during this run though. So for the most part, the aim is to keep both the girl and the boy on level 1, or, well, at least as low level as it gets. Because this boy had to defeat the Tropic Hollow in order to get to the sprite, I had to... well... at least get some experience from the Tropic Hollow, which brought him to level 3. So that is the lowest level the boy can be if you could just get normally to the sprite. Save your game? Yes, please. And off we go. I'm pretty sure this is still faster than trying to finish off the Mech Rider number 3 with regular weapons afterwards, after I run out of MP. So yeah, this is just a Sprite only challenge run. And the big issue is going to be once I meet... Actually, I want to kill off the other 2 guys right now before I head over there. Very much. Since I want to start casting spells early. Once again using the Mitch Mallet to shorten my spell casting animation. Both the before and especially also the after the spell animation portion. What's the estimated runtime? I don't know. Between 6 and 9 hours. The thing is, I have no idea whether or how much levels and stuff I need for the Mana Beast, to be completely honest. That is a mystery to me. Since the last challenge run with the Sprite I did failed on the Mana Beast. Because I was not prepared well enough. Alright, time to use this spell. Can't undo wall. When it says the message can't undo wall, that means the wall is still active. So that means I will have to use another dispel. And it just removes charges from the wall spell, by the way. In case you're wondering about that. Alright, 2 dispel casts are good enough. Let's see. I believe with this wave, it should kill him. Oh wow! I almost missed that. Illusion just subscribed for 3 months in a row. Hey Illusion, thank you very much! Thank you so much for that. I hope you're doing well. And I really appreciate your support as well. Sorry, that was a bit late, I guess. Good evening, Skimax. Thank you very much. Selling magic rope. So what I did in order to get that much money is a money glitch. Essentially, I tricked the game into letting me select an empty item slot, which sells for about 30,000 gold, and I can have as much money as I want. It's really easy to do, and if you'd like to see how it's done, there should be a link somewhere in the description to the Speeddemo's Archive knowledge wiki, and there you can find all the glitches and stuff, if you're interested in that. The Nico didn't spawn because there are too many NPCs loaded. There can only be 3 NPCs active at any given point in this area because it counts as a combat area. This is still technically the same map, just in a different form than it was before. As in, even game-wise it is the same map still. Which which is kind of interesting. Good evening, Pardua. And good evening, Cuts. Oh, thank you for the link, Meriden. How do you pronounce that? Meriden? Oh, thank you, Crow. That's probably even better. Yeah, I guess the wiki wasn't updated for the newer versions. Alright, let's go. Do you know what causes the Nico to sometimes sell Gold City equipment here instead? Yes, actually I do. Let me show you real quick. So, let's put it this way. What you did is the following. You went to any city that sells stuff. Meriden. Alright, thank you. So you went to any city that sells some stuff, like this guy right here. I'm now here, I can buy the golden tiara and all that jazz. Then I leave the buying menu. The game still keeps in mind which menu I had last open. So what you did is you went then over here, as in from the Gold City, you went to this other place. Where is it anyways? Come on, stop getting lost. I always get lost. Oh. I always get lost, come on. Why is it so difficult to find? There we go. Good evening, Buccaneer, and yes, I agree. That's also my favorite flying check. So, what you did then is you went over here, talked to the Nico, and then you went to the sell menu first, sold some stuff, and then you tried to buy stuff. And as you can see, now there's the golden tiara here again. What you need to do is leave the menu entirely, initiate talk again, and then directly go into the buy menu, since this will initiate his buying menu with the new equipment. That's just... I figured I might as well show that. The Angry Panda is now hosting you for 7 viewers. Thank you very much, Panda. And how are you doing, sir? And good evening and welcome everyone else. I hope you guys are doing well. And... Panda, what are you doing? Or what were you doing? If I may ask. And good evening, sir, Night Dude. Hope you're doing well. Why didn't I equip the stuff on the Sprite? That would be unhealthy. Thank you very much. So, what I'm going to be doing here is now basically the same thing I did with... the other characters as well, as in with the boy. Was it girl only? No, it was boy only. Where I just grinded on those things right here for a while. Is it dead? No, it wasn't dead. So what I did here is I grinded on those things right here for quite a long time, which helped me significantly survive basically everything else. Because I got during the process a lot of levels and also a Griffin helmet. The Griffin helmet is supposedly the strongest item you can get for your head equipment. Actually, I have no idea whether the Sprite can even wear the Griffin helmet. I have not even thought about that. Also, it helps me level up Gnome's magic as well. So that's neat. Silence is really annoying though. I'll just wait until it wears off. Good evening, Schmuslov-Fader? I think that sounds about right. Well, yeah, good evening. I guess Gem Missile does the same thing, costs less MP. Maybe I should find a better spot to grind those things on. I'm not sure that's the best spot to do this on here. Maybe it would be better if once I get a higher level of Gnome magic, so I only have to cast one spell on each one of those. I guess that would be beneficial. The Griffin helmet is indeed boy only. Alright, thank you. So on that matter, do you know whether there is anything worthwhile that is dropped in here that the Sprite can wear? That would be really nice to know. Essentially, I went into this run without too much preparation, I just wanted to get something going. Oh, nice. At least they are now a one-shot with the Sprite magic. Just because I wanted, I get the Griffin helmet here. Aww, on the chocolate. Terminators in the Mana Fortress. Alright, that's good to know. Thank you. What other stuff is dropped in here? As in, I definitely want to level up here for a while. Just because, let's put it this way. The enemies here are going to be quite rough to defeat, and if I just have some more levels on the sprites... Oh, that would be bad. Okay, well, please. Thank you. If I have some more levels on the sprite, that is going to be extremely beneficial. It's all about the fodder. Alright, that works for me. I think I may want to enter this screen from a different angle, so I don't have to knock away the leaves. But as you can see, I level up ridiculously quick right here. The music really helps as well, isn't it? Almost all games are runnable. Yes, indeed. Seeker of Mana is actually one of the best speedruns, or well, the best speedrun I know about, in my personal opinion anyways. It's just that the glitches and how everything interacts with each other is just amazing how it synergizes. It's really, really awesome. So yeah, I think going to the left here is probably a lot quicker. Oh wow. Kid Ego for Life just subscribed. Thank you very much for that. That is really awesome. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That's the wrong spell. Thank you so much. Imp's Ring, Witch, Watcher Ring, and Dragon Ring, Griffin Helmet. Alright, thank you. Do you know which enemies drop that? I know some of the ghosts can drop some of those enemies, items, so that would be nice to know. I don't know whether the ghosts are weak to any element though. Those Black Book enemies had a helmet that increases intelligence. Alright. I believe the Terminator equipment increases all stats, so that would be sufficient as well. Good evening, No Cash, and thank you. Same to you. I really enjoyed that Final Fantasy IV run. Don't kill me, please. That would be awesome idea. My pleasure. Thank you very much. So one of the issues I think I have is the Sprite barely gains in HP as he levels up, as in it takes a long time until he reaches a reasonable HP level which he would survive the onslaught of the Mana Beast in terms of how much it's, well, cast spells. Those might fear Lumina. Oh yeah, they do fear Lumina in that case. But I can't cast Lumina spells since that's only for the lady. So I would have to use Freeze Wave. I need to wait until the magic actually hits. Otherwise I can't do that. Also, during silence I can't cast spells either. Write stuff down somewhere. Yeah, I guess that is kind of difficult to write stuff down, since that is quite time intensive. That's actually a good point. I probably may want to write down stuff more than what I already do. So with this I should be able to easily defeat the Dragon Worm. Well, maybe not easily. Ah, whatever, let's just go. So, I believe he is weak to thunder? I'm actually not even sure about that. Interesting enough. Well, no, he's not weak to thunder. Or is he? Oh yeah, that was just a low damage roll. Just kind of also a low level for thunder magic, but that doesn't help. Or lightning magic for that matter. I'm pretty sure he has too much magic resistance. For me to deal any real damage to him. Air Blast probably also won't deal any damage, generally speaking. That could be really bad. Alright. Field level 4 is going to be really useful here. So, I think there are a few questions in chat room, but right now I can't really read them. If there are still questions I should answer that, well, I guess the more experienced players, I guess, in chat might not be able to answer. Please write my name next to it so I can easily read it. That should make it easier. So, by the way, the reason why I don't use the Mitch Mallet here is because if I happen to get caught by him while having the Mitch Mallet active, as in the Sprite is Pigmeat, the Great Viper here, or well, the Dragon Worm, would deal so much damage it would instantly one-shot the Sprite. And it is kind of a high likelihood that that will happen on this boss. So I'd rather just play it safe and slow-ish, I guess. Right there, if I were Pigmeat, that would have killed me. Because that attack was a Pygmy attack, and that deals a lot more damage if you are already Pigmeat. Just because it's physical, really. Alright, there we go. Okay. Hey Chaz, good evening. How are you doing? Why are you not mod anymore? Huh? That's weird. So, let me real quick catch up on this. I did forget to split again. Good job, me. Is there a 2-player run of this? Not sure that was answered, but HEDQ 2014, as in 2 years ago, actually was a 2-player co-op run, 2-player 3-controller essentially, between me and Stinger PA. And that was a 2-player co-op run. Also the current SD run on Speed Demo's archives is actually a co-op run between me and Stinger PA, however with slightly outdated strategies. Also what you need to note that we only got to play together during the week at HDQ, so we did not have enough time to grind out a really good run. And thus the current 1-player 2-controller run is actually faster than the co-op record, so to speak. Even without any skip. I think this should kill him. So. Nice, thank you very much, Sir Knight Dude. You're doing okay? Alright. It just didn't show it to me that you were a mod. Just... Can you link the source for that, Meriden? That would make it easier for me to look it up real quick as well. Since I'm not entirely sure the Sprite can equip those kinds of things. Yeah, I guess that's true, Keone, but it's just the first time I've actually seen that recently, I guess. Come on. Alright, thank you. So I believe those guys are the ones that can drop this stuff. Equipment is not listed. Oh, alright, thank you. Best armor Sprite is Fairy's Ring, Wolf Lord, Mana Fortress, Fairy Cloak, Master Ninja, Mana Fortress, Fairy Crown, Terminator, Mana Fortress. Okay, thank you, Roof. Yeah, I was considering grinding here a while, but it's not technically necessary for the bosses here, and the enemies in the Mana Fortress should give me more experience as well. Alright, that's good. Thank you very much, Meriden and Roof. And this poor guy just got completely destroyed by the spells. Good night. Watchering doesn't go on the boss. Alright. Yeah, there are no real stupid questions because... well, you just don't know it, otherwise you wouldn't ask. Also, you're interested, which makes it even more awesome. I don't think I ever killed any of those enemies right here. Okay, that was not enough. Just real quick. Kill this guy. What HP do those guys have anyways? Probably more than that. So this should probably be enough, right? Yep. Alright. Save real quick. Probably don't need for the fire dragon. As in, the fire dragon is as free as it gets. With the sprite. What? Good evening, Dutch Gamer. How are you doing? What? I wonder whether Magic Absorb actually does anything. Nope, not really. So this is my last Fairy Walnut. I will probably go back outside again after this boss to replenish my Fairy Walnuts before I go to the last few bosses. I think if I played it a bit more clever, I could have kept more Fairy Walnuts. As in replenished my MP before I ran through here. That probably kills him already now. Oh, there we go. Have you ever run or considered running Segment 2-3? Yes. I actually did run that for quite some time. As in, I still do that once in a while. Segment 2-3 is one of those games that I just really like, and that's my main reason for playing it, even though I think the gameplay is not that satisfying in comparison to, well, other games. To put it that way. So, I'm going to replenish MP real quick. Don't worry, Schmuzzler's father. Most of the time, if I do challenge runs like this, I just put them on YouTube afterwards, just for, well, keeping them somewhere, I guess. That's what I normally do. Well, that's if I don't forget, I guess. Although, I guess I did not upload a ST3 run anywhere. Huh, kind of forgot about that. Oh, thanks for dropping by, and have a nice evening as well. Take care. For the sword, the last sword orb is actually kind of special since you cannot normally acquire it in-game, as in, it's not technically possible. However, as it turns out, there is actually a glitch where sometimes you can randomly upgrade your weapon without actually physically upgrading it, which is kind of a weird thing. So I feel like that might be the reason as to why some people say they upgraded the sword into the last state. But you need to keep in mind that the last state for the sword in this game is actually the mana sword, as in every other weapon outside of the mana sword has, I think, no, actually the mana sword has one more upgrade. I'm not entirely sure, it's kind of confusing. Either way, if you just manage to upgrade your sword further than the regular limit, let's put it that way, you will get the mana sword, and that is, by the way, what I'm going to be doing later on in this run as well. It is surprisingly easy to run through this area of having only the Sprite alive. I'm really surprised about that. Whoop. Thundergigas. Welcome back, Jazz. By the way, Thundergigas also counts as undead, so if you try to MP absorb him, he will absorb MP from you. Don't do that. Sword Orb. This is, by the way, the last Sword Orb. If you have already the Mana Sword when you get to this place, you will softlock the game. As in, whenever you receive the sword orb already, you will soft lock the game. if the game tries to give you another sword orb. So don't do that. Thank you for the defense up. So weird why they do that sometimes. I don't think I needed to pick me myself here. Oh, I don't have MP. Whoops. That's why... Yeah, alright, okay. As I said, pick me reduces your defense by 2/3. $920 damage. And this guy has a lot of physical damage. But on the other hand, he also takes a lot of magic damage. I'm just spamming the spell with regular form, and this should be fine. That way I make it really easy. Then. That's Rabbit emote. By the way, if you are wondering who creates those emotes, Mega Weasel also takes commission. Mega Weasel is the guy who created the emotes with a little bit of input from Jazz Kwangchi? How do you say that? But yeah, he's a really good pixel artist, and if you would like to have anything pixeled, he's a really good address to go for. Spooky sees the Reaper. Alright, cutscene time. Kang? I don't know how you pronounce that. Oh well, good evening, Francisa. How are you doing? If anyone is interested, there's a ROM hack called Secret of Mana gameplay improvement that changed a bit of the gameplay, among other things. It adds spells, coolers, and house recovery, which makes it more fast-paced and interesting combat. Yeah, I heard it's still in development, but I'm definitely interested in that. So, if you ever hear that it's, well, finished at some point, I would definitely be interested in that. Thank you. And thank you, Francisa. Welcome back to you as well. Thank you, Thais, and good evening. Yes, Weasel runs Terranigma quite often recently. And so does Van666. There are actually a surprising amount of Terranigma runners. Zanzer currently is trying to take the record from the Hulk. Well, currently has the record. The Hulk is a monster. Yes, definitely, Meriden. Thank you. Not quite, Poobexel, not quite. So, by the way, I believe both for the boy, I was approximately 2 hours later here. Alright, I need to look the list up again. Where was it? Here. I need to copy paste that somewhere so I can still read it. With the Wolf Lord and all that jazz. So Fairy Rings is from the Wolf Lord, Mana Fortress. Fairy Cloak is from the Master Ninja. And the Fairy Crown is from the Terminators. Alright. You'll need to get sub 4. Good luck with that, Happy. Thank you, Roof. Do I plan on doing also a girl on the run? Probably not soon, but may happen spontaneously sometimes. As in, I already did 3 of those total. And if you're interested in that, you can also find it on the YouTube. I believe I uploaded the girl only run. The boy only run is currently not uploaded, which I intended to do, but Twitch was bugging out a little bit while I tried to do that. I probably should get back and try that again. So, next up, here is one thing that is kind of debatable whether it is truly Sprite only. But just for at least the sake of being able to finish a run in the first place, I'm going to be doing this. What I'm going to be doing is activate the Mana Sword early, as in I will get the Mana Sword just by getting one more sword orb that you are originally intended to get. The way I do this is I have set up a save file at the very beginning of this run, which is, well, from the boy just in front of the Polos village. Out of the Polos village? No, what do you call it? Inside Polos village, just before the Mantis Ant fight. And here's the thing, if you save on this Nico over here, while you land with Flammy, only when you land with Flammy, the save will get corrupted, which means... Hang on, I need to kill off my allies first, otherwise this is going to get messy. Thank you. So only while you... Oh, I just did say it, only when you land here with Flammy. That means, normally the game tries to save the location from where you enter the screen. And that is where I landed with Flammy. However, the game does not know where that exactly is, and in fact... Oh. Yes, okay. In fact, it will not save anything in that file slot. Let me demonstrate this right now. If I try to load this file now, normally, in the Frosty Forest I just created, the game crashes. And I need to hard reset. Oh wow. Guy above me sucks. Just subscribed for 3 months. Hey Guy, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. That is really awesome. Real quick to continue with the explanation. So, if I now hold Start Select L and R for at least 3 or 4 seconds, I can essentially reset the game, but at the same time keep the coordinates of the location where I entered the stream from. And that does not get overwritten, which means if I load the save file, it does not overwrite it either, since it has no information in that place in the first place, and it just loads me into, well, where I'm going to be in the Mantis Ant fight down there, which means I can fight him again and get an additional sword orb, which you are not normally supposed to get. It's going quite well. How are you doing, Guy? Yes, that viewer count is kind of ridiculously crazy. Kind of scary. I got hosted by both Elmagus and Ryok as a couple. Elmagus most people know about by now, I guess. So by the way, save port now. And then load the save file. Whoop, I'm here. and I can easily kill this guy. Ryquest Couple is a Diablo 2 speedrunner who wanted to be at HDQ, but unfortunately his passport expired. He was supposed to be on the couch for Mr. Llama SC, who was the runner at HDQ for the Diablo 2 Sorcerer speedrun. Give me a second. Sorry about that, I just got a phone call, which was, let's say, kind of important. Where was I? Alright, I just got the sword upgrade from the Mana Beast, so let's upgrade this real quick. Or the Mana Beast? Mantis End. Almost sounds like Mana Beast, I guess. So what did I miss? What the... Yeah, I guess it was not a bad place to go AFK for a second. Geiger Sword, Dragon Buster, Mana Sword. Yep, not supposed to be able to upgrade to the Mana Sword. Which is, by the way, why I kept the sword for the Sprite as his main weapon. Alright. Mantis Beast. So, where was I? Also, good evening, Darklink, and good evening to anyone else I might have missed. Good evening, Real Danaholic. Yes, this is a great game to be addicted to, at least in my opinion. No! No delicious frogs, Tack. That's silly. You don't eat frogs. You pet them. Frogs are friends, not food. Oh, good evening, mister. And it was a pleasure to have you, sir. So, for people are wondering, E-Mister was the person hosting, as in at the hosting microphone during my HDQ run for Secret of Mana. And what I really appreciated about him is he basically went out of his way to inform himself about the runners and the runs in advance, so he could actually know what they were doing and also adjust to them if necessary. So that was really awesome. I don't think all the what's the word? Commentators do that, so that's why I appreciate it even more. So, here's two things. I need to level up the sword one more stage. Level 3 at least. Probably level 4 is better. So I'm using the sword instead of spells right now. At the same time, I would like to gain some better equipment along the way in order to be able to take on the enemies more easily. So, let's go. Did you have to do some transatlantic travel to get to HDQ? I believe that thing is called the Atlantic. Yes, the ocean between Europe and America. I'm actually not entirely sure. I think that's it, yes. Oh, that could be something. Didn't you say the Wolf Lord drops stuff? Not that stuff, please. Oh no! I just saved. Doomchap has a very low chance of actually straight up killing you. That is something I only recently figured out. Up to now I always believed it will just bring you to 1 HP, but that's apparently not the case. Hey, good evening, LNRA. How are you doing? So, sorry about the phone call earlier, probably missed a few things in chat, so if you would like to have anything answered or say anything, feel free to say that again. Good evening, Fabian. Thank you very much. That's, yeah, a lot of people. Scary, to say the least. Come on. Oh, come on. You could have thrown your shurikens immediately. Thank you. Caspar sees the Reaper. Wait, did I name him Caspar instead of Casper? Well, at least in ST3 you get an item out of the chest no matter what. So that's a plus. Oh, that's my death. Yep. Mana Fortress is relentless. Brutal. And good evening, Sabe. How are you doing? Common drop from the Old Lord is a fairy ring. That would have been nice. Oh, I see. Thank you, Dinostra. Come on, guys. Ninja would like to say hi. That's pretty good as well. Oh, almost good. Try again. By the way, the boy still has the old sword equipped. The... well, other sword. He has the other sword equipped. Wait, that's not what I want to do, is it? I spawn Tsunami is out of habit right now. Super sleepy. You may want to get some sleep then. I think I'm just going to use magic from here. Since the Sprite has offensive magic, that is the easiest way to handle those enemies. Acid rain, or energy absorbed. Whatever. I just casted my own spell right there, even though it does no damage. It just avoids taking damage. And the Sprite is all about avoiding taking damage, really. No, just indeed. So let me look that up real quick again. Notepad. Notepad, please. Whoop. So, there we go. Fairy Ring, Wolf Lord, Fairy Cloak, and Fairy Crown. Wolf Lord, Master Ninja, Terminator. Okay. I wasn't entirely sure about that anymore. Terminator and Master Ninjas are best farmed in the last portion of the Mana Fortress, so that's alright. Wolf Lords are basically in the second section, the most common. But also in the last area. Not too rare. There are 3 in the second section, which I'm going to run past no matter what, so I might as well take those. I think that's what I'm going to be doing. What glitch did I do again to get the Mana Sword early? Essentially I did the... what's it called? I save warped into the Mantis Ant fight, and you can refight Mantis Ant if you do that. Alright, let's go. Let's see, 3 spell casts might do about 600-ish damage, I guess. Alright, 3 is fine. Anything more than 3 would be overextending, as in losing damage because it caps off. What's that for? Might have been 4. That was 4, but it's still alright. Didn't quite cut up. Oh. Energy absorb won't save you. Alright. Yeah, by the way, if you have any questions about technicality in Secret of Mana, Crow actually knows more than me about that stuff. Crow I in chat right here is the record holder for one player, one controller category. Also affectionately called Crowley once in a while. And good evening, Liraxi. Thank you. That was actually quite an okay Europe time, I guess. It didn't quite work out for some people, I heard, but outside of that it works, I guess. Oh, that's already? Alright. It's payback time Buffy, with good damage spells indeed. Yep, you could say that. Uh-oh, that's bad. That's really bad. Don't do that to me, please. Thank you! I'm really glad that sometimes enemies just are not terribly intelligent. Alright, that's the second Wolf Lord. There are no more Wolf Lords on the way. Okay. Do I have enough MP? Let's steal some. Actually, I should have waited on those guys anyways. Mega Weasel is now hosting. Good evening, Sir Weasel, and how are you doing? That is the guy, by the way, who created all the emotes. If you would like to have some good pixel art, he's your man. So, I think I'm just going to go in here. I hope... level... I think I have level 3 shade. We'll see. Yeah, it's level 3. It's not going to deal any damage right now. Probably. I'm just going to check real quick. Oh, it's actually decent damage. Surprising. I guess it's mostly because the Sprite has a decent level at this point. Because I killed a lot of stuff along the way. Which you don't normally do in a regular speedrun. And good evening, Voltus. Thank you very much. How are you doing, sir? By the way, despite what it might look like, Red Slime is actually light element, so Dark is the best element against him. I'm actually really curious whether I can absorb some MP from him. Well, one. That's not quite enough. Just came up with another Teranima strategy. Nice, what is that, Weasel? Hey, the strats are awesome. No trash talking here, Bruxus. This boss always trapped you in a corner. Yeah, I can see that. The thing is, this boss always seeks the middle between all the three characters. So just by positioning your characters in a specific way, you can always ensure that you can still reach the core with your weapons if you try to do that. Level 46. There we go, thank you. I actually have no idea how much magic defense the Master Ninjas have. Or the Ninjas for that matter. Master Ninjas have a good chunk of defense, I guess. The others not so much. Whoop, you're dead. You're dead. Sprite is a pretty good sword fighter with the mana sword. Who would have thought? This is the first Terminator. Let's actually see. I believe they have pretty healthy amount of magic defense. No, actually not at all. Never mind. Well, I guess it is a lot if it only does 200 damage. Either way, please drop me something nice. There's a Wolf Lord here. Speed down and then Blaze Wall on top of it. That could be really ugly. This should kill off the Wolf Lord. And this should kill off the Heck Hound. So there should be no more threat of me dying here. That's actually kind of scary. Nice, a chest. I just hope it's not a Doom Trap. That would be lovely. Good evening, Shiva. So, please no Doom Trap, that would be really good. Very nice. 1 out of 3. Fancy. So this is the other guy I need. There are 3 different knights in this room. Just basically all one of every... What? Maybe only 2. Weapon skill up, that's nice. Alright. Let him not breathe. I'm not going to open chest that could be deadly, let's put it that way. if I don't need to. But I want the chest from the Master Ninjas here. No chest, that's unfortunate. There is one Terminator in this room, it's down here. I'm waiting a little bit. Actually, there are two. Huh. Completely forgot about the second one. They also use Lunar Shield, or Energy Shield? The shield thingy, which grants them a lot of absorbed physical damage. Wow, that actually completely cancelled out my spell damage. I didn't realize that, because I hit him with the physical attack. Go away. There are 3 Master Ninjas in this room down here. He's too far away. I don't really want to take this damage, so... I'm going to use the Mage Mallet twice. As there are up to 3 Master Ninjas in this room. That is probably more correct to say. Yeah. Still need to be careful. Okay. Please. No Doom Trap. Fairy Cloak, excellent. 1 more to go. I'm actually really tempted to run outside right now. Because those are arguably the 2 biggest items I need. I can get the Terminator stuff later. Good night, Saber. Thank you for dropping by. Take care. I just wanted to see how much damage I deal to that guy, by the way. I don't think he has any physical defense. By the way, once again, if you'd like to have anything answered in chat or something like that, feel free to post it again in case I missed it, because that happens way too often. Sorry about that. It's actually kind of scary running through this Mana Fortress, even though the Sprite is high level with really good equipment at this point. Well, relatively high level. Not technically high level. Just because it's so easy to die here anyways. Especially if you get cornered and comboed by wolves or something like that. Yeah, that's true, Happy. Still unsure why they didn't include a random Nick in here somewhere. Well, how did the Nico get up here if he was here? The Nico is on the floor. He was technically on top of the Mana Fortress before it rose to the sky. So maybe that suffices. Good evening, Markomania. I'm quite well, thank you. How are you? And also, yeah, thank you. Some of those lurkers are just learning etiquette. I really like lurkers overall, let me be honest, because I'm mostly a lurker myself whenever I'm in a stream somewhere. Most people don't even know that I watch them. So, replenishing my MP real quick. And the HP as well. Tag is a bad lurker. Well, are you really Tag? Because in the places where you don't lurk, maybe we just don't notice you. Welcome back, Dino. That's alright. So I still want to have something like 450 to 500 HP on the Sprite. I'm not sure I need that much, but I definitely want to have a lot more. So I'm just going to grind on the Terminators until I get... I will just grind on the Terminator until I get the helmet drop. Maybe I don't need the helmet at all, but if it drops, I will use it. And good evening, Eichward. Thank you. Thank you very much. And good evening, CERN Gaming. Also thanks to you. Oh, I was wondering why that switch didn't activate until I realized I already pressed it. Muscle memory. Oh yeah, by the way, Chas Guangxi created that drawing in the bottom left corner. That is where the romp came from. Just kind of the sound that rabbits make whenever they attack you with their biting attack. And that just kind of stuck around here, which is really awesome. Thanks to her. Wing. I'm just so used to despawning stuff. Maybe I should kill stuff instead. Eh, whatever. On, lady. That's going to hit me. Oh, never mind. I was lucky. You need a blush emote. Yeah, that would actually be an interesting one. I agree. Let's get that. Maybe that would work with a Moogle? Maybe? Wait, which element do those Terminators have? Are they light element? I remember them using light magic. Oh. Well. Viva, please. Wait, that was a Terminator. I need your chest. I believe if they are light element, they should take double damage from that. Yep, they are light element. Good to know. Alright, that makes it easy to farm them. Awesome. There's one more in the top right corner here, but at least sometimes. I'm not going to go for that. There are 3 Terminators, which are really easy to farm later on. I'm just going to go on here. And blush removal. That would sound awesome. I mean, we do have one more emote slot free right now, so suggestions are welcome. Or even, let's say, suggestions in the form how it should look. Even more so, actually. Should kill him. Wish. Chest, aww. So, if I'm quick enough... Oh, never mind. That's not nice. But that's a slight issue. I thought I could easily farm those 3 Terminators here, but maybe not quite so easily. No chest. They just love using stuff on me right there. I don't agree with this. What Terminators are insects, really? That was interesting. I can actually see that being a thing. Yeah. Alright. Oh, that was not good. That's not good. That's not good at all. Oh, alright. Didn't hit me. That was kind of scary. Ow! Moogle. Why do you drop chests? Come on, guys. I don't want those chests, please. Oh well. A blushing barrel? I like that idea. Chest. Aww. There's one more Terminator that can spawn down here. Ow. Let me actually do this instead. One. Yeah, I'm not sure, Bender. The issue with killing the greens, the stuff here is I don't really have a quick way on doing so. If I let this tsunami cast, I need to avoid taking damage from it afterwards. which is kind of an issue. I'm not sure. Seems kind of difficult to do this efficiently. As in, my best method is to use a single target spell, but that takes a while to cast. Oh, they didn't die here. Still didn't die. Split targeting is super fail in this game. Yeah, that I know, but I did not want them to split up any further. So I figured if I managed to kill them off all at the same time, they wouldn't split up. Which isn't technically wrong. Also, I know it would be quicker to use Pygmy here, but I don't dare to use Pygmy because one false step and I would be toast. Oh wow. It's the soundtrack of his dreams tonight. Nice. How does this game decide the type of spell when you get 899? So, the way the spells work once you reach level 8 is the following. Even though it says level 8 spell is being cast, it's actually still technically a level... Oh come on, I thought I spawned those now. Here we are. Even though it says it is a level 8 spell being cast... Oh dear. Those things are so brutal. Let's try this again. Even though it says a level 8 spell is being casted, it is actually still technically a level... Oh. No music. It's actually still technically a level 7 spell. Eventually I will be able to talk properly, but not today. Sorry about that. The way it works is it actually is a level 8 spell once it will use that special animation, and the chance of casting that special... Oh, don't use Elongate, that's silly. The chance of it using that special animation is actually based on how high you have your decimal value over there. By the way, I used a safe warp from the Frost Forest to get back here quickly. I think those Terminators may not be the good ones to farm. So the higher the decimal value behind your... Nice chest. No chest. The higher the decimal value behind your spell level is, the higher the chance it is to actually cast a level 8 spell with that fancy animation that stops everything else. Fairy Crone. Wow, nice. Alright, now I can just farm enemies without any issue. Where's the Fairy Crone? So now I have the best equipment for the Sprite. I believe that's also the highest defense equipment any character can wear. But I do want the music back, so I'm going back as well, don't worry. I'm also going to go back to save, but I should probably try and kill stuff along the way. At least the stuff that is not scary and dangerous. So here's the question, what is the quickest to kill? Maybe I could find a spot where there are those blue blob enemies just casting a ton of, well, recreating themselves again and again, and I just kill them off one by one by using spells. Uh-oh. Well, that didn't do much. Surprising. So essentially, by safe warping into this place here, I skipped the trigger for the music, because you're not supposed to enter this area from from that side. It just has no idea that the music should be playing, so it doesn't. It's really that simple. Greetings, Muppleton. How are you doing, sir? Good evening. So here's the music back, because this is a trigger where the game expects you to be, and it can also replay the music again, because you can enter this from various areas. Oh, that sounds nice. Thanks, Shiva. That's going to be interesting. No! It's only dealing 1 damage, but it's such a waste of time. And yes, the lagoon run by PJ was amazing. I love that one. Still contemplate. I probably will just farm at the tsunamis at the entrance. Stop that. I'm a better ninja than you. I deal slightly more damage. Yeah, I think the blobs at the entrance should be pretty easy to put in a position where they repeatedly respawn. I can target them, but they cannot target me. Probably. Those guys. But yeah, priority has saving right now, since I got the final equipment. Oh, I already forgot to save on Dread Slime too. Whoops. Stuck as work as usual, that's unfortunate. Oh well. Doing alright is fine though. No, that was correct. I was wondering, that's not Pandora, is it? Yet it is. Yep, I called him Kaspar instead of Casper. Good job, man. Did I miss something? Tsunamis give 3,700. I see. But I still think it is a lot more worthwhile to just farm the tsunamis because, well, they are really, really easy to just outright kill really quickly. Also, I just realized I probably want to have the sword level 4. Maybe. I have no idea what you guys drop. I'm not going to check. Whatever, I checked. I'm curious. Best guard. What is that? Oh, that's the armor you can buy. Alright. Alright. So now I just hope for no chest drops. I need to keep them on screen so I can actually target them. But they can't target me. So, in theory this should be a good alignment. I thought I Pikmin myself. Hello? Does one of the items make me immune to Pygmy? Really? I did not realize that's a thing. Oh my god, that's actually kind of hilarious. Alright. Fairy ring. Yeah, I see. Aw, it didn't split. Good evening, Ryu, and thank you. My pleasure. I really don't want this chest, because it blocks some enemies from spawning. So I think about 450 HP is going to be fine. I don't need any more. Freeze, that's not nice. Come on down here, guys. Over here. Come on. Yeah, whatever, that works as well. So I can even better see who has, whether they multiplied or not. Come on, you need to multiply, please. Thank you. What? Why did that not fit? Super version of the spells was 100%. I'm pretty sure it's not 100% to get the super versions of the spells. I think the highest is something like 70%. I don't actually know though. But you don't want the super versions of the spells anyways if you are speedrunning, since they block the entire screen. Where are enemies that are easier to respawn than those? Whoopsie. Come on, multiply, please. Multiply! I know you don't need MP for that. Come on. I don't think they have a limit to how much they can multiply. Huh. Level 50. That's something like level 55, I guess, to get where I want to be. Also, that's nice. Oh, shoot. I need to return anyways eventually. I think if I just keep up that rhythm that I touch target as soon as he explodes, the others have enough time to regenerate and duplicate. That way I don't run the risk that, well, I run out of enemies eventually. Well, in theory anyways. Never mind. $51. Getting the weapon level. But I don't need any more weapon level. As in, I'm not going to charge up higher than level 4, I don't think, Troll. The reason for that is actually quite simple. If I level up higher than level 4, there would be a major issue with me, well, getting caught by at least too many lasers by the Mana Beast, which would outright kill me. So that's my reasoning for not leveling up the weapon higher than it is, or, well, probably not charging up in the first place higher than that. Or at least not needing to, anyways. But regardless, I think using the sword might be faster anyways to kill stuff. If I just do it efficiently. Level 7 Salamander. Alright. Actually, I think I'm just going for the one more level and then I will finally go. I really don't like grinding this time, I think. So I avoid that as much as I can. Alright. One last save and let's go. Maybe I kill some stuff along the way. You think, Crow? Alright. Let's level up the sword then, I guess. I do think that the quickest way to level up the sword is just farming low-level enemies. It only gives half experience, but they all die in one hit. So I guess I'm going to level up the sword now. So where should I go to level up the sword the quickest? Maybe the Ice Spice would be a good place. Where's an Ice Spy here? I know exactly one Ice Spy. I don't think there are any more Ice Spies than one. Interesting. I think there's just that one Ice Spy. Huh. Wow, the balloon actually missed. Or something like that. That's something I anticipated could happen. This works surprisingly well. Oh, come on! I had to open my mouth. Open the skill up. Up. You're probably immune to balloon. Oh, that's a good point. That's a very good point, actually. That's probably it. The Sprite is on a rampage, pretty much. On the other hand, since I need to level up the sword anyways, I think you're right, Crow. Let's just go into the Mana Fortress and kill enemies over there. The fairy ring gives you immunity to pygmy, balloon, poison, and confuse. Good to know. No, the Mitch mallet does not work. I just tested that before. Which was the surprising portion to me. Which is also why that came up in the first place. Oh, that's true. I need to get another fairy walnut. I can't save here. Oh well. So I don't think I will be doing more Sprite only runs after this. Since with the boy, he has a lot of base strength. That just helps him tremendously through the mana beast. But the Sprite seems to be lacking a lot of that. So that's rather unfortunate, to say the least. Oh, come on, stop that, please. The question is, which area is the simplest to run through and kill enemies reasonably quickly while gaining experience along the way? The thing is, I don't want to swap between the whip and the sword too often. Where are you going? Okay. Someone kill him. Poor wolf. That's unhealthy. Uh-oh. I didn't save, did I? Pretty sure out of habit I just went back to the mana fortress. Let's actually check. Yeah, I did not save, because I don't have... Wow, how can you be so forgetful? It's amazing. You can somehow keep a tsunami alive. Yeah, that's not exactly reasonable in a sense. I see though. I see. Thank you, Steve. We'll see. Maybe, maybe not. Yeah, I was going to save and then the walnut issue came up. That's exactly how it went. Fun fact, you can actually go through here. It doesn't do anything. Alright, let's go. The Sprite's only real measure of... means of gaining HP back is absorbing HP from enemies. It should cure. I didn't want to wake up the other two, so I didn't have to kill them off again. It doesn't really matter since I can easily replenish both HP and MP just by doing This on one hand. And this on the other hand. I don't like killing Fiend's Head because they are invulnerable for such a long time. 2-player, 1 controller, I did with Stinger PA up until the Sprite. It's not that difficult, interestingly enough. The difficulty would come up if you want to do 1-player, 2 controller stats with 2 controllers, 1-player, 2 controller, or in a sense 2-player, 2 controller, but not the usual way that you would normally hold 2 controllers with 2 people. Sleeping percent. Not entirely sure what that refers to. Oh, that's bad. Two-player 3 controller is actually something we did HDQ 2014. As in, we did use 3 controllers. Romscott doing blindfolded Soken practice again. Nice. Sleeping percent is when you lay down. Oh, you mean next right after this one? Yeah, it's going to be sleeping percent. That took me a while. Sometimes I'm really slow. Yeah, that's the plan. I'm just going to be sleeping after this. Weapon skill up. Alright, I'm actually going to try it right here with level 6 sword. Mana Fortress blindfolded, I don't know. The thing about this game blindfolded is you don't really have any real audio feedback as to where you are. That is the main issue, really. In games like Ocarina of Time, you can really easily tell where you are. Well, not easily, but you can figure out where you are just based on how the ground sounds, where you are next to a wall, how your steps sound, stuff like that. Good evening, Manostas. How are you doing? Also, good evening, Kaniki and Anyone else that I may have missed? Pure. But yeah, I don't think Goof Troop is going to be a thing next HDQ, to be honest, because it always has, well, already has been in HDQ in all three forms. All three forms meaning it was in there with one-player race between, well, the co-op runners, and one-player two-controller race. Wait, no. It was already in there with a one-player race, and then a co-op run, and now a one-player two-controller run. So it has very little chance of getting in again. I see. Enjoy your food, Venostus. And good evening, Belloc. Jolex, welcome. Thank you very much. So, let's get this over with. Which means I really would like to defeat the Mana Beast right here. But the thing is, the Mana Beast is probably the strongest hurdle you can face in this game. With the Sprite only. So here's the thing. If it doesn't work out today, as in this attempt, I will easily be able to beat this guy. That's not even a question. Wish. So the thing is, however, if it does not work out this attempt with the Mana Beast, I will probably continue this tomorrow, since, as mentioned probably pretty early at the stream, I'm still kind of jet-lagged from the trip to the US and now back to Europe, that my sleep cycle is completely off sync. And I've been awake since pretty early. So I just kind of hope this works out with the Sprite right now. If not, I will probably finish this run tomorrow. By the way, I just had a level 8 cast right there. I'm actually considering giving him a chance to dive down below. That's a level 8 freeze wave again. I'm actually too scared to cast Energy Absorb. Oh, nice. Awesome. Let's get the headbang. Just because I can. If he hits me, I'm dead, because the hands are basically instant kill. So that's the exciting portion. I think I'm one pixel too far to the left. Yep. My judgment was correct. So my call to use the barrel was also the correct one. Alright, let's just continue, I guess. Slowly but surely. He has only 6660 HP, which means if I do an average of 200 damage per cast, that's only 33 spell casts. Considering I started with 51 MP, after I'm out of MP, I will be at 25 spell casts. So that's only 8 more afterwards. When am I going to run Tales of Fantasia again? Very, very soon, as in... maybe tomorrow even? It's although, to be honest, it's not going to be a run immediately. First off, what I'm going to be doing is some more research, because Relkun had some really interesting ideas on how to extend upon the glitches that we found, but were not useful up to now. So that's what I'm going to be doing first. Good night. Headbangs. I'm sorry, I didn't get that one. Chaz, hands off there. Good evening, Jinx. How are you doing? As mentioned earlier, in almost exactly a month, there is going to be a Tales of marathon, where there are going to be pretty much all Tales of games being played in a row. And it's going to be starting off with Tales of Fantasia, since that is the first one that was released. And I'm going to be running this, well, myself. So I need to actually get better at the game, so I need to start practicing for that little marathon. It's an online marathon. If you would like to watch it, there are surely going to be links sometime soon. I actually have no idea which channel it is going to be. Oh well, let's go. Quite well, excellent. Yes, I'm quite fine as well. HDQ was really awesome. And yes, Happy Squid, that's exactly what the visual is. It's just really, really big ice blocks. Oh, I have an idea. I'm running the Super Nintendo version. Silax, or Bertin, is actually running the PlayStation version, but they decided to ask me whether I would want to run the Super Nintendo version. Oh, let's let this split. So I believe this should work. Probably. Yep, works. Go Sprite, go Sprite! Acid Storm! I think that was a special animation, we just cannot see it. Level 4 attack, 198 damage. That's not a whole lot. I will probably run out of consumables very quickly. 391, it's definitely worth it arching up higher. Yeah, level 1 doesn't do anything. I can cancel this attack by using stuff. So here's the thing, I will eventually run out of supplies on this fight. So I need to be very careful to not take any unnecessary damage that I can avoid. Because while I'm charging up my weapon, I cannot cancel out the damage the mana beast is dealing. However, what I can do is I can still cast Acid Rain. During this portion here, and because the mana beast will be off screen, the duration... it should actually hit it and not repel. Ah, don't mind me. Oh. Well. At least I was pretty sure it would not repel. Okay, level 6 attack does okay damage, I guess. It will still take a long time for me to actually defeat the Mana Beast. And if I'm lucky, he doesn't cast laser in the first place. Got it. This will hit me, but it's fine. That would be too late again. Also, I'm going to use a chocolate here. I'm facing to the left here, because if it knocks me down with a laser attack, it will get... will get a get-up attack in. Hopefully it's a get-up attack here. That was actually rather unfortunate. The get-up attack didn't hit. Oh dear. Are there any difference between the SNES, GBA, etc. versions? It's actually... I'm not sure between the Game Boy Advance and the PlayStation version, but the Super Nintendo version is essentially a completely different one. So I will be casting a bit earlier here. Let's go about here, I guess. If it doesn't work, we'll see. Alright, that worked. At least if it comes from above. Defense down should be quite useful here. Okay. Laser, how much damage does it deal? 100. Oh, that's a lot. If he casts again, I'm dead. Okay, what I'm going to be doing here is I wait until he casts a laser, and then I will... No! I missed the 5-frame window somehow. So, but it's definitely doable. But I think for now at least I will, as mentioned earlier, go to sleep, since I definitely feel like I'm getting really drowsy right now. But hey, it's doable. I might just continue the timer from here tomorrow, once I wake up, and then we go. So sorry for not finishing the run right away, but I feel like it's more enjoyable for everyone if I, well, make a break for now.